Hello. Sanibonani. Ninjani ku virtual. Stella ukuthi remain connected. The program will start very soon. The procession is still being. Stella ukuthi you mute on all your mics as long as you are not on platform. That you also mute your cameras so that your data can last you until the end of this program. But you'll also have an opportunity to make your inputs after the presentation of the draft recommendations from the commissions which were held yesterday. You'll do that by raise of hand. As I was saying that you raise your hand in order to the chairperson will recognize you to make your inputs. Please enjoy this year's Parliament for People with Disabilities. It is your platform to raise issues with your public representatives. Tell them what you feel and how you think they should assist you as a sector. We thank you very much. Like I said, that our mics must remain mute as long as we are not on the platform. Please let us respect each other. This Parliament is ours. It is our responsibility to make it. Amandla awenu ayiwami. Oh, sorry, colleagues, I was talking to to those who are joining us virtually. But we will start. The leadership is starting to arrive. Laba present of Suzamu Babeyana le Pambil because last Seba Kwanban. Okay. Sama Kwalan.
Akusasa ukuphi mngani? Surprise Khuyani.
Thini?
Ukuphi?
Mo chamber.
Oh, go chamber. Okay.
Yeah, they're finalizing briefing, then we'll start. So yeah, I was appealing to participants not to be impatient. Just to be patient a little bit. But we will start any time from now. Ngicela nibone indali wami madoda.
Bese uyamute nawe ke.
Yeah, mara ngisaintroduce indali wami niyambona.
Sanibonani.
Hayi ke.
Umuntu wami lo.
Sengithole umshado.
Phindile. Phindile Makhubu.
Yebo sesi.
Oh, ithini extension yakho konje?
Yena sesi.
Ithini extension yakho?
Ngise 1388 manje.
Okay. Ngiyakufonela manje.
Ngise 1388.
Ngiyalera ama-participants.
Kanjani?
Oh, ngiyalera mina ingabasijoyine virtual
Yebo sanibonani.
batshena ukuthi u-late.
Unomgqibelo ufike ngesikhathi. Mina ngikho late shem.
Uhlala right.
Angikho late today. Yeah.
Ufika on time.
Yeah, lento abanye lo. Bengilandzela abanye.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we'll start anytime from now.
Good. When you saw that when the guy be creating my account good. Achaba was access account dam when you send the guy be Zogborn, what was access account? Okay, but you come out 10.
Ipiling kila.
Is smaller. Tomorrow.
Mususe ku meeting.
Yeah, super meeting.
Ukhona ku meeting.
Ngisho naselinga wena.
Meeting ujoni na ku meeting. To me. Na ku meeting.
Or kindo zama kuwa serious pale.
Na ku meeting. To me ungenile.
Oh.
Yani sawa tu.
Oh, but kumulimo.
Unamuzi oyo.
Yeah.
Babe Charles.
Na mbujakulu.
Babe Charles. Charles.
Hello.
Baba beso ya mute ne.
Hello.
Baba bese uya mute.
Okay.
Ngoba lo nikhuluma kusiyakuzwa la.
Right.
Do I have to stay? No. Isn't it? Okay. Yeah, what are we waiting for? Okay.
Ma'am Florence Longwe. Miss Florence,
Yebo.
please mute your mic.
Okay. Yebo, ngiyavusela kini nonke.
Awusele mute i-mic yakho. Cima i-mic yakho, Sis Florence.
Okay. Okay.
Sanibonani. Awusheni. Dumelang. Molweni. Ya sesiyaqala lo mhlangano. Igama lami ngumakaringe million. Lo asebenza la legislature uchairperson of Portfolio Committee, Premier's Office, Finance, Economic Development and Tourism. So ngizoba ngihambisa lo mhlangano. I will be driving these bus. Ngiyacela ukuthi let's work together. Njengoba nje sigibele sonke la ebhasini. If singakhulumi kahle singakhulumisani so ngene emfuleni sonke. So I will always make sure ukuthi ngiyanilalela ngizohlala vele nginilalele vele ngibona lonke. If umuntu afuna ukukhuluma uzophakamisa isandla sikhona ukuthi sikhulumisane. Last time bengikhona kulomhlangano lo salwa because likhona igama leli ngalikhulunywa lingafanele ukuthi ngilikhulunye. And namuhla ngifuna ukuyenza leyo mistake. Funa ukuthi lo mhlangano kusuka phansi kufika la siyogcina khona. Sibe munye, sibe one thing. Sibe one team. Let me apologize for starting late. Ngicela ukuthi apology sungulele lo mhlangano wethu. Besalinde baka SABC ukuthi lento lesitoyenza la ibe khona emawayilisini kuma TV ukuthi thina nje ngeprovince eMpumalanga siyanakekela umphakathi wethu ngoba sisinale event lesinayo today. Cela ukuthi ukhona umuntu lo ngathi angasithathela iNational FM sicala lo mhlangano wethu. Yeah. Amen. Oh Thank you, Yabonga. Le National FM isitshela ukuthi la eSouth Africa wonke amalimi avulelekile ukuthi umuntu akakhulunywa ngawo. Lokuri Mchangana vulavula hi Xichangana, lokuri Mswati vulavula hi Xiswati, lokuri Afrikaner vulavula hi Afrikaans swa pfumeleriwa. So we are continuing with the meeting. Yabona ngathi suqale kahle sitogijima kahle nje until siyofika la siyofika khona. Yabonga ngalendlela niphethe ngayo kulo meeting. Sitoya ku item number 2. Sicela umhlonishwa Honorable JL Thabethe as welcome aphinda asitshela ukuthi why are we here. Honorable Thabethe. Ngicela interpreter abeduze nami so that sikhona kubona bonke umuntu la khona la legislature.
System.
Oh,
yeah, the system. Okay.
Separate. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, Deputy Chief Whip, Program Director wale Select Committee of today. Honorable members of the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature present here, members of the Executive Council.
Honorable Thabethe, I'm sorry, I saw a hand. Yeah, the interpreter you will see is on the system on top. So ngiyacela ukuthi asibhekenle sibona ukuthi usitshela njani. But ngiyaceba ukuthi wonke umuntu lwala uyamukelekile ukuthi abe la legislature sijabule kakhulu ngoba senikhona la. Make Thabethe.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip, and greetings to yourself as Program Director, honorable members of the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature present in the House and those who are connected virtually, members of the Executive Council, those who are connected virtually and confirm that they will attend a sectoral parliament, officials from the department and the legislature present and virtual, our very valid guests present here and participants, and also those who are connected virtually. Nyanbingelela, good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature during this important session. The Parliament of the Person with Disability. This Parliament takes place soon after the month of November, where our nation engaged in a month-long awareness program focused on the protection and promotion of the rights of persons living with disability. We therefore thank the Select Committee for Women, Youth, Children and People with Disability and public participation for convening this important sector yet again since our last meeting of year 2020. Let me also take this opportunity to thank members of the executive who responded positively to our call to appear before this sectoral parliament. Bahlonishwa labalabende kahle uma sibanika ma resolution last year ba athiera noma ba wa implementa, siyabonga kakhulu sishaya mthetho sase Mpumalanga. We are present and cooperatives enable this legislature effective respond to its mandate, which is to provide oversight over government actions, ensure public participation, and create the necessary laws that improve the lives of our people. We are also convened as a nation and global continues to grapple with the COVID-19 pandemic, a pandemic which has not only brought public health crisis, but equally worsened the economy challenges we are facing. Not way to affectile kakhulu ngale pandemic le khona currently. We are cognizant as this legislature of the socio-economic challenge that confront our people. We are aware of the many jobs losses that have occurred over the said period. Since the outbreak of this pandemic, we also aware that the more vulnerable women, youth, the elderly and person with disability have felt pain of this pandemic. This is a period which has seen some families lose breadwinners through ultimately passing and severe illness. Bantu bakithi bashiyela inzanzane, bantu bakithi balahlekelwe emsebenzi ngale sifo lesi sicinzetele. Kodwa noma kunjalo impilo sithi itawuchubeka ngekuthi sibambisane silandzele imithetho lebekwe nguhulumende kuze siphephise kulesifo. To this end, let us take this opportunity to extend our solidarity with the families and friends of all those who have suffered loss and pain. Program Director, this session is therefore convened under virtual means to take stock on progress made since this last Parliament. We are convened through targeted interaction with leaders and representatives of people living disabilities from across the province. We must appreciate and acknowledge the willingness of participants to join this meeting through virtual means. We remain sensitive to those who could not join due to access, technology, or impairment. We are attempted to accommodate others to attend this sitting physically. And singakhohlwa-ke ukuthi ku social media, ku Facebook we are live, ku YouTube we are live. So laba lebangakakhoni ku connector, they will be able to see this sitting through social media. In line with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the Freedom Charter called that people shall govern, this platform is created for dialogue and interaction with you directly to ensure the promotion and protection of people with disability. It is therefore a platform to understand your life experience so that working together we can follow up on government commitment. As per our theme, which considers the creation of employment opportunities and mainstreaming of issues that affect persons with disability, focused attention will be paid to the removing of barriers to create an inclusive and equal opportunity for all. We have, as this legislature, created this platform for dialogue between the government and civil society. We have convened to isolate challenges that hide progress and for foster a common consensus on prioritizing to be addressed. Letindo letsuweni tireyizile siyakhumbula ukuthi 2020 benikhona la naba nema resolution through lama commission lebenawo njengayitolo asikaka khohla noma zange sagoqatandla bahlonishwa bakhona namuhla ba connectile virtual bato responda labanye babhale ma written responses ngesikhathi lesifanele sitowafunza so siyabonga kakhulu kulama department la khonile ukuthi a champione ma issues ebantu laba phila nekhubateko. We are challenged as a society to move from understanding disability as just a health and inpatient problem to be fixed towards a human rights, developmental and social issues. This will allow government to center the right of people with disability towards the creation of decent jobs and economic empowerment, towards education and health, towards crime prevention, sustainable human settlement, disability mainstreaming and integration into community life. In this regard, this parliament is changed with making follow-up on progress made and more importantly contribute to the challenges that require redress and social justice. Sithike ematiko especially tiko letempilo nelitiko letenhlala kahle nelitiko le human settlement sifuna ma program lahle ukuthi batokhona njani kusita these people with disability kuthi bathole tindlu ngoba kaningi bayabhalisa kodwa ngoba labanye abakhona ikhamba ngoba labanye ababoni aba attendwa ngendlela lefanele siyakubona siphila la emphakathini so siyacela kakhulu ukuthi I department especially yetindlu ayende sure ukuthi people with disability baba priority vele kuyi priority it's one of the policies lekwenda ukuthi uqualify ukuthola indlu ku human settlement so sifuna kubona a separate number or a certain percentage to say good this financial year how many houses are we going to give to the people with disability. Persons with disability form a critical part of our economy and must be fully integrated into our society to contribute to the development and agenda of our province. A comprehensive report as per resolution previously taken shall be provided by the executive. This shall come after we receive keynote address from our special program. We therefore look forward to your valued contribution and resolution to be taken that will enable this legislature to more effectively discharge its responsibility and in the conduct of the oversight. Sihlangene namuhla asikakakhohlwa kuthi last year nifikile nitotithola timpendulo kodwa nje sifuna nathi ukuthi sing government sishaya mthetho sasempumalanga siliso nendlebe yenu ngike ngakhuluma chair uma ngithola lama slot kuma radios ukuthi bantu lebaphila nekhubateka babantu bafana nathi badinga lithando badinga ukuthi sibanakekele badinga ukuthi sibasupport and singalokuthi sinasibabona sithi shame ngobe umenda ukuthi afile ngathi there's something wrong la kuyi babantu nje bafana nathi it's just that ukuthi kunendo lethide lem affectile emtimbeni wakhe so ngifuna ukuthi nathi si government asilkhombiseni lelithando hayi ngemlomo kuphela ngetendo ukahle umuntu lo wenda imisebenzi lemihle lebonakala practical than kunalokho solo sikhuluma kuphela ngemlomo sifuna kubona lenyelanga kunabo soma business labakhulu kule sector sifuna kubona lenye langa kunabo somabhizinisi lebasafufusa sifuna kubabona bangenile kumikhakha ye-tourism sifuna kubabona bangenile emisebentini basebenta and ngiyathemba ke lo hulumende ukuthi unetindlebe uyeva enethine sishaya umthetho kude lesikumele ngaphandle kokuthi sente show ukuthi timpilo tebantu siyadinjinja tiba ngcono ngiyabonga
Asibonge Honorable Jeanette. Nami siyaxolisa ngoba ngishila vele nje ukuthi siyafundisana la so siyabonga bahlonishwa for the advice njengoba ashile umhlonishwa uMark Jeanette le government yabantu le we are here because we want to listen what the people says to us so that we implement lo government lo yalalela is taking everybody serious and ngiyavuma lokho kusinto sibona ukuthi si serious siyafuna kusitana sonke la sikhona la we are not going to ignore any person sengiyabonga ukuthi you are also advising as ngicela ukuthi mawubona ukuthi kunephutha ngitsheleni sikhona kulungisa kuyenzela ukuthi sikhona ukuthi sihambisane kahle emkhathini kwethu la kunabahlonishwa la ba connected visual ya ngiyabonga sembi ngiyakhona lapha ukuthi sinabahlonishwa la sinabo la silabahlonishwa laba connected visually sinama MEC laba ba connected visually ithi ngiqale ukuthi ngishilo ukuthi igama lami ngumakaringe million yini ngideployela legislature sonke nje ngibashonishwa nisivotele sila sesiyasebenza lo msebenzi nisivotele ukuthi sizosebenza wona ngicela abahlonishwa kala le ku Mark Jeanette asukume until sufika le the last one Honorable Nyembe Mark Jeanette
ngiyabonga Chairperson Mhlonishwa JL Tabete long Deputy Chair of Chairs in the Legislature and Chairperson we Portfolio Committee on Health and Social Development Chairperson we Multi-Party Women's Caucus.
Ngiyabonga Chairperson Nginoramahlanga ilungu leSemthetho saseMpumalanga uChairperson we-Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Transport ngiyabonga ngibonge sihlalo Ngibingelele kuwo onke ama-participants wethu lesinawo namuhla kulelanga lelibalulekile. Ligama lami ngiNgabisile Shabalala, Chairperson we-Human Settlement and Quota. Thank you. Ngibonge isihlalo. Ngibingelele umkhandlu wonke ongaphakathi kwaleli shayamthetho. Igama lami nginguNomshado Gertrude Nyembe, imember yale shayamthetho oyi-Chief Whip ye-Economic Freedom Fighters. Ngiyabonga.
Asibonge ke ilapha bashonishwa la sinabo la. Njengoba ngishile ukuthi there are honorable members that connected visually. Ngicela nabo labakhona bavula i-mic so that ngikhona kubabona ku TV yethu yase legislature. Honorable Hlophe.
Ngithokoze sihlalo. NginguNompumelelo Hlophe, ilunga lesibethamthetho eMpumalanga. Begodu aphinda abe ngusihlalo bosihlalo. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga. Honorable Weber. Honorable Lubisi.
Ngibonga sihlalo. Ligama lami ngubhekithemba Maxwell Lubisi. Ngusihlalo weTekulima Agriculture, Rural Development and Land. Ngilunga leleshamthetho. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Siyabonga sihlalo. Honorable Morgan.
Good morning, Chairperson. Ngiyanibingelela nonke. Ngimi Trudy Grovia Morgan, lunga le legislature, ngiphindze ngibe lunga la le portfolio committee. Thank you.
Ya njengoba ngishilo sinaba MEC laba connectile ngicela nabo mangibabiza ngamagama bavula sikhona kubabona baphinda basivusele. Ngicela ngu-MEC Sasekani Manzini.
Na cancer Chairperson mpushela timembara hinkwato leti nga ko legislature na ti-guesta ta important namuntlha parlamente. Vito ra me Sasekani Manzini, MEC wa Health Mpumalanga.
Honorable Lindiwe Ntshantshali.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo, ngilochise amalunga wesibethamthetho nabo mphathiswa bonke bosihlalo bamakomiti. Silochise kakhulu nekomiti elimele abantu bekhethu abaphila nokukhubazeka. NginguLindiwe Ntshali, uMEC we-Social Development. Thank you.
Siyabonga. We have got a representative from Department Office of the Premier, Mr. Dutoit Nkambule.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu sihlalo. Igama lami nguDutoit Nkambule. I'm the manager in the office on the status of disabled person in the province, based in the Premier's office. Ngiyabonga.
Yeah, a round of applause again. Ya sina Miss Simangele Mbatha, Chief Director Transversal Department of Agriculture. Ya uyaphakama usondele uvusela wonke umuntu la khona la.
Ngiyabingelela sihlalo namalunga onke akhona la esishaya mthetho. NginguSimangele Mbatha, Director Transversal Services ka Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga. Lastly, from the Department of Finance, Economic Development and Tourism, Ms. Brenda Mabaso, Chief Director, Business Regulations.
Ngiyabingelela sihlalo, ngibingelele onke emalunga lakhona endlini lehloniphekile namuhla. Ngibonge kwamukeleka ngingiBrenda ngwakamabaso. Ngikule tiko le economic development. Thank you.
Angibonge ke because of time angeke ngithi umuntu umunye nomunye la khona la at introduce but siyabona ukuthi sonke sikhona la and we appreciate your presence in this important meeting. Asiqhubekeni ngeprogram yethu umaki Thabethe be arendala item number 2 which is opening and welcome address aphinde futhi asifakela i-keynote address. So ngoba nje vele nje le event sayiqala itolo kuyaba nama discussion sikhulumile and I believe ukuthi lonto ayishile umake Thabethe ukuthi le government is a government that is taking care of its citizens. Bona isandla
na cancer Vitoram Nandolfred Sihlangu mphathi wehlelo ngicela ku register our disappointment on a serious note yakuthi we think today actually we're not thinking the really to ukuthi namhlanje ilanga labantu abakhubazekile besicabanga ukuthi ngoba lisibize kanje no premier uzoba and a good example ukuthi ave nathi ngoba unyaka uphelile asikaze sibe naye anyway so ukuthi angabi khona la she is setting a very bad example to our mayors and executive mayors. They don't attend the disability events in their different municipalities. And naese lento ayenzayo ngicabanga ukuthi upromoter nokurubber stamp ukuthi kuhle ukuthi our leaders in government, those who are the political ones, not attend this kind of events. So ngicela ku register that disappointment ithathole ekhanda. Ngiyabonga.
Yeah, inkomo nibona boko before I can explain Guru what happened, because I did not render the item for apologies. Sis. Yeah. Officials as well assistant. I'm sorry, Sikasi Uput.
People the petamo, but the death lost for machine. Why the petam? Chile death lost for machine pays the pet one go. If Tina want the pet, if you do, the pet
Chris, Talai vocal interpretation.
Vocal interpretation,
One, two, okay. Okay, thank you very much. The interpreter is here right now. Yes, we are having a concern with regard to interpretation service. You see, because the interpreters, both of them, they are there. Sometimes you see the sign language interpreters are there. So it was better for one interpreter to be in this house, the other one should be there on top on the board. Thank you very much. So that everything will be mainstream. Because when you are looking there, and one interpreter must be here, sometimes the information is getting lost. Yeah, thank you.
No, I apologize, really, njengoba ngishile ukuthi sitofundisana la. So siyafunza nathi ukuthi interpreter bekufanele ukuthi abe khona la. So sitocela ukuthi lo interpreter akhona avela hlale eduzane ukuthi usassist until siyofika ekugcineni kwale program. Ngalendaba yala honorable premier unduna yethu usakekho la honorable Majuba and other MECs njengoba nje silathina sithole ama apology ukuthi there are other things bazwe ba busy ngaso siyavuma ukuthi njengondunankulu weprovince benifuna ukuthi abe khona la naye Honorable Majuba the MEC for Education, but stophasa lo mlayezo ukuthi aniya bambeka kahle ukuthi bangekho la, so sidondlulisa lo mlayezo, but siyacela ukuthi asiqhubekeni ngemhlangano wethu. Siya apologize, but we got an apology from them ukuthi they are busy with something. They did not indicate with what type of something that they are busy, but it's government issues. Ngiyathemba ukuthi siyabona la kuma WhatsApp emawayilisini ukuthi kunetinkinga la kulabo masipala basha ngalendlela ba constitute ngawo ama councils. Ngiyathemba ukuthi some of them might have been deployed there. Let me go to item number 5. As I have indicated that today we are here, that you are expecting to get responses. Uzinto zonke lezinasivela nasisho ukuthi nifuna lisitho kusona. For all the things that you have raised, that you need this government of Mpumalanga to assist you. So I believe even though there are other MECs that are not here, but we are going to get all the responses because they have sent people to come and respond. So I will call one MEC or a person that is representing that department to stand. After that, then we'll go to follow-up input.
Deputy Minister is connected.
Go.
Just check with her, would she stay? Great, and then we'll give her the space.
Yeah, I'm getting information that Deputy Minister, you are ready. Honorable Zulu, are you part of this meeting? No response. Let me continue with the meeting. Let me see the line. Let me invite MEC Honorable Sasekan Manzini to start with the responses. Department of Health. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity again and greet our special honorable members in the legislature and also the members of the provincial legislature and the MECs that are also present there and all the participants of this very important meeting, the Parliament for People with Disability. We really appreciate that we are also part of this meeting as a department, and I am going to respond in terms of the previous resolutions in the last Parliament of 2020. The question was that the realities of COVID-19 demands that there is a need to keep social distance by everyone. However, the current prevailing situation does not necessarily take care of the challenges of the blind, for instance, take into account for the people using wheelchairs, for example, allow for people with disabilities to have access to the enabling technology, adequately enable people with disability to regularly wash hands, let alone access the sanitization. In terms of the recommendation was that government should come up with programs to cater for people with disabilities, the blind, for instance, to the service provided by government, especially during this time of COVID-19. And as a response as a department, we are saying that each hospital in the province has a rehabilitation unit which is dedicated to persons with disabilities, inclusive of visual disabilities. Mpumalanga is the only province in the country that provides orientation and mobility services that specifically aim to provide devices to visually disabled persons. Currently, the province has 16 orientation and mobility practitioners placed at different hospitals, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, the units did not close. Government, to ensure that all people with disabilities are provided with improved assistive or enabling equipment during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic so that they do not become more vulnerable. The response is that each hospital and rehabilitation unit in the province complies to the relevant COVID-19 protocols and procedures. Persons with disabilities are sometimes visited at their respective homes through the department community-based rehabilitation services and outreach programs. In order to protect exposure to COVID-19, the CBR programs was temporarily halted during level 4 and 5 lockdown. However, services continue to be provided at hospital settings. And also, maybe I can indicate that maybe even during this time of vaccine rollout, sometimes when we are doing this program, we are also, now that we are doing our door-to-door also, we also prioritize the people with disabilities. So, but if there are any other that we have not reached, I think maybe we need to improve on is to make sure that we get a list of them and then we are able to have a program specifically dedicated to them so that we do a door-to-door visit to them as a department. I think that is the improvement that we need to do. But as and when we go, with the assistance of the ward councillors and everyone in that area, they normally try to make sure that they direct us to those areas, to those houses. And people with disability are assisted to access the enabling technology for better communication during these challenging times of COVID-19 pandemic and the restriction. The rehabilitation service personnel continue to be accessible telephonically where it was difficult for individuals to go to the hospital. The program managers were also available and conducted some more visits were requested. Rehabilitation services were listed under essential services even during the hard lockdown periods. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. These were the questions directed to the department.
No, inkomu MEC Sasekan Manzin, Department of Health, for the proper response. Datsemba lavangana suti somtatsala hansi lokeyitile damnika nkarhi wa ku mi va na swivutiso swin'wana kumbe mi kuma tinhlamulo. I am going to call MEC for Social Development, Honorable Lindy Wenchal. Honorable Malindi. Official must assist to check. Official, can you call Honorable Nchalinchal?
My network is fine now, Chair. I can hear you now, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Nchalinchal. The platform is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greeting once more to the members. The progress on the report for people with disabilities. The first question was the plight of the people with disability are not taken care of in terms of the sector and also the women and the youth. Our response as a department department has placed priority on services for vulnerable groups, including persons with disability. Hence, there is a directorate focusing solely on the interventions to support persons with disability and their families, and making sure that we promote independent living and promote self-reliance. This is achieved by providing services to persons with disabilities and their families, as we are in partnership with our NPOs. The department is funding 8 residential facilities, 66 protective workshops, and also 56 daycare centers for children with disabilities, and 10 organizations to work with persons with disability in our communities to provide care and support, rehabilitation, protection, stimulation, and skills development for persons with disabilities. The second question, Honorable Chair and the House, the department is not very helpful in ensuring that people with disability are being assisted in the process and application of social grant, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. Our response as a department, Honorable Chair, stakeholders are encouraged to create awareness on available COVID-19 support to ensure the increased uptake for persons with disability. The third question, the government does not have arrangement for people using assistive or enabling devices like wheelchair to be able to access amenities like the building and other transport mode of transport. Our response as a department is that the department, especially in our building, has ensured that the infrastructure is disability friendly. Also, we acknowledge that in a rented space, there is a challenge of accessibility because government doesn't own it. Where clients require assistive devices, they are referred to the Department of Health for support so that they provide. Those are the questions that, Honorable Chair, we have responded as a department emanating from the previous one. And also adding to our issues, which as a department is said to be not assisting, Honorable Chair. The department will work with other stakeholders like your Department of Education, your Mental Health Society, your DEFSA, Epilepsy SA, Mpumalanga, Association with Persons with Disabilities, with our Roman Catholic Church, also to create this awareness and give more support in increased uptake for persons with disabilities. And the department social workers continue to play a pivotal role in making sure that we give the necessary support through our disabled, through our field workers. And also there are delimitations of field workers in the basis of your COVID-19 regulation. The model of operations, we have seen an increase on outreach work done by the department and the social workers. And also the issue that was raised on government that does not have arrangement for people with this assistive. Also, we're working with our private sector, with the relevant department and your mines, your Barberton Mines, your Grootvlei, your Majuba, and National Lottery and your Sereti, whom are helping in this regard. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nchali, for the response. I am told that the Deputy Minister is connected. Honorable Deputy Minister Bukapane Zulu, can you render a keynote address?
Good morning and thank you so much for the invitation, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. I hope I'm audible.
Acceptable information, design communication.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the honorable members, organizations of persons with disabilities, MECs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to say that the invite arrived quite very late and I have a session that I'm currently chairing, but I stepped out for a bit to actually be able to just say to disabled people in Mpumalanga, you must be very honored. And we thank the legislature for being very consistent in hosting sectoral parliaments. These sectoral parliaments are very important in our lives as persons with disabilities, but it's very important that we begin to now get the legislature to demand action. We can't, in these sectoral parliaments, meet every year after year. I think, Honorable Speaker, it's very important that at the beginning of every sectoral parliament, that the parliament starts with a feedback session to say the legislature from the beginning of the year to today, this is what we have done. But also the Disability Month starts on the 3rd of November to today, the 3rd of December, which is the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, where we join the world. But it happens also during the 16 days of no violence against women and children. As I stand, I need to say the statistics of disabled people, in particular women and children, and men that go through gender-based violence, it's a story that is not told. And it is very important that we begin to desegregate data and make available the statistics that includes disability. We passed the Rights on Persons with Disabilities legislation, policies that actually guide the South African government on how to deal with the rights of persons with disabilities. But when we rearranged the state, the rights of persons with disabilities was moved to the presidency, while services to persons with disabilities was left in social development. So our core responsibility, Honorable Speaker, is to provide services to persons with disabilities, whereas the coordination sits with the presidency. I hope in the provinces that the coordination sits with the premier's offices while the services sits with the Department of Social Development. We are the Department of Social Development and responsible. What are these services? To disabled South Africans, especially those in Mpumalanga, thank you for raising your issues. As much as I chair another session, I was also listening to all of the issues that are raised. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, the issues around education has been over-raised. Can the Inclusive Education White Paper become a reality? Because that was 1996, when we actually passed this piece of legislation. Chris, you are going to call Pamela.
My turn to talk.
So we really would like to humbly request that government policy must be implemented. It is not there just for us as disabled people to talk about, but it is for those that must and should implement them. Today, I address the Mpumalanga legislature, and I want to use me as an example, myself. I'm married in Mpumalanga, Loheli, to an amazing family. But the first time I met my ex-boyfriend, the family could not welcome and receive me. The mother said, "You will never be married. My son will never marry a blind woman." But when I arrived in Mpumalanga, my blindness never mattered. My blindness never became an issue. So when we talk about support services, it is about strengthening the family. It is about ensuring that those families that have disabled people, poverty does not become their everyday. A SASSA grant should not be what defines them. As disabled people, we have the skills, we've got the ability, we've got the services that we can offer. We are just as intelligent. And above all, we don't want to be a liability to this beautiful country. We want to be contributors, whether socially, economically, or any other contribution, enable us by implementing government policy. To the provinces, I saw MEC for Social Development, Mage Njali, thank you for the update on issues of disability in the province in relation to social development. My call to government officials, can we not support disabled people when it suits us? There is nothing as painful as not being serviced. So this year, as we join the United Nations to mark this day and for us to take a step, I just want to say to South Africans, if you plan to turn 65, start treating disabled people well, because you are going to acquire one disability or the other. To what extent are we ready to really support disabled people in rural areas? Unoktula, Ose, Lohil, noma mhlambe eBiscop or mhlambe eMsidam or mhlambe Mayflower, or does that person get a proper wheelchair from the Department of Health that actually acknowledges the terrain that Noktula has to go? Does the Department of Education making it possible for the white paper to become a reality? Are they making sure that parents are empowered to enable their children to go to the nearest school and not be subjected to special education? I can tell you, to this day, I can't connect with my family because I had to go to school 1,300 kilometers from my home and only come home for 4 weeks in a year. We just want to be around the corner to our families. And I know Mpumalanga was the first province to establish the Office on the Rights and Status of Persons with Disabilities in the President's, in the Premier's office. And we applaud Mpumalanga for that. Mpumalanga still stands alone on the project on community-based rehabilitation. And we say thumbs up to Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga still stands as the first province that established Kwamagugu, the inclusive school. Mpumalanga still holds the record of having been the first province that has a school where sign language is an official. Sign language is an official language, and every child in that school does sign language as a language. So today we celebrate the government of Mpumalanga. We celebrate the legislature for the oversight. And we now want to say, please, South Africa, let's celebrate excellence. Let's motivate those that are behind, but at the same time, let us ensure that persons with disabilities are celebrated and their challenges understood and their frustrations addressed. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and I wish disabled South Africans, their families, their organizations, an amazing International Day for Persons with Disabilities. Count us in changing the atmosphere.
A round of applause for the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Deputy Minister, for your presence in this meeting. I think you said a mouthful. Yeah, in your report, you are indicating the contribution that Mpumalanga province has done, and we appreciate that. A round of applause for Mpumalanga government. May I request Rasima Shiho to switch off the camera, please. Your camera is on.
Sorry, Chair, we can't hear you.
Yeah, let me also appreciate the two MECs that responded to the issues raised during the 2020 Parliament.
Not audible.
I think it is important for our government to take us serious, and this is how we are trying to make sure that issues that were raised are responded to. I will go to item number 5. There are two commissions which has to report.
Chairperson, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm advised that maybe there are other departments that must respond before I go to commissions. I will want an indication from departments that are present that wants to respond. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Akengicaleke ngithi sizizwile inkulumo nalama respond abo MCs abo MEC no deputy minister ukuthi cha uye wanhlobisa naye ukuthi eMpumalanga ngathi nenza kahle but nedeni usengakazi ukuthi kusase nama problems asimile cha yena unenze naba kahle but thina sine problem program director benginesicelo sokuthi ukhulumile uDeputy Minister akhuluma nama MEC a respond so bengicabanga ukuthi ke njengoba bokuthi kumele sisebenzisane kahle bese soyayivula ekutheni ukuthi sinelisekile yini na kulo la eresponde khona ama MECs manje sengibona ngathi sesivaleleka ekhoneni njengoba uDeputy Minister shilo ukuthi ngathi nenza ngcono manje ke akakwenzeke kahle ke futhi ukuthi nathi kuvuleleke ekutheni ukuthi sizwe lokhu lama responder are right or are wrong na yiloko nje ngicelayo but
thank you
Chairperson.
Mona isandla sis. Hey baby.
Chairperson.
Hello. Sanibonani. Ngicela ukubingelela uPremier enoma ngekho lana. Ngibingelele nama MECs, ngibingelele nabo mayor bonke eMpumalanga all protocol observe ngibingelele nama official into enga understand lana lapha ku bosasa nabo bani abodokotela laba ba appointako bathi bayana kanjanini baba appointa kasasa ukuthi bayona kanjanini bayo access abantu ngepension babathatha esibhedlela after that baba appointa ngale bahluke ngani ngoba bo medical doctor bonke thatha umuntu ngalayo yam appoint uthi lo wasesibhe umuntu yesibhedlela uyu apply le grant uthatha umuntu esibhedlela umletha ngalayo yam appoint. What does it mean? Dlala ngathi nini umdlalo lento leyo uningi endlala ngathi kiyo hamba no review izinto eziningi nyalo nesibizile bekune special vote nahamba door to door person with disability nyalo every day ntshintsha izinto ngadlali ngathi
Ubutila was raising that we need to deliberate, but I am requesting that let me allow the other department to respond, so that when we open for discussion, we open it for all of them. I just want to check with you if you are agreeing that we go that route. Angibonge ke ngitotala ngo MEC Shongwe from the Department of Culture, Sport and Recreation. Maki sewukhona elayinini nginika wena isikhathi awuvusele lo mhlangano uvela nje urespond.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of this Parliament. Greetings to the other members of the legislature, to the Deputy Minister, to the Premier in absentia, and members of the executive that I see here connected, to the Secretary of the Legislature and the staff of the legislature. Ngibingelele futhi nama-guest wethu la attendele Parliament. As a department, we did not have a special resolution, but we are here to update this Parliament on the progress that we have done in terms of the disability in our department. So far, as a department, we've appointed 9 permanent officials with disability in the department, and also 25 people with disability in the program of EPWP. We have 2 persons with disabilities received prizes as part of the top 10 winners of Siswati short story writers. We've procured assertive devices for 5 people with disability and 3 evacuation chairs. We have 2 cooperatives for persons with disabilities in the province. One is in Lupisi, and the other one is Butlebe Mbogoto Cooperative. We are supporting these cooperatives as part of the platform to market and create demand for the craft products. Persons with disabilities are temporarily appointed as caretakers and tour guiders, 1 at Barberton and 2 in Pilgrim's Rest Museum during holidays and weekends. The department also continues to support and provide short-term relief items to Zamohutle Disability Center, Emakazeni Municipality, in the form of beads and other items. The department conducted a need analysis session on the 28th of May 2021 at MLO to identify new needs. The 5 people that we have supported with assistive devices, Mr. B.V. Makola, Mr. Arstone, Mr. Sam Bam, Mr. S.J. Nkambule, and all disabled officials. We're supporting them in the 3 regions. We also cater for disabilities in our libraries. Ehlanzeni, in Bombela Library, it's 30 people. In Shindi Library, 6 members. Nkomazi Municipality, Somuhle Library, 2 members. Kamachegeza, 47 members. Bushbuckridge, 7 members. Akonhoek Library, 13 members. Tabachew, Lerenbeck, 9 members. In Gettysbande, it is in Dr. Pixley, Isaiah Kaseme, For Christ Library, 15 members. Mkondo, 3 members. Emelo, 7 members. Whistleton, we're in the process now of appointing. Elwatini Library, 15 members. Govenbegi, 7 members. And Sekunda Library, 20 members. In Kangala, it is Siabuswa Library, 57 members. Maputla Library, 33. Mtonjeni, 23. Emalahleni, 21. Umhluzi Library, 2. And Harald Sikoto Library, 16 members. Then some of the mini libraries are fully equipped. Only one library, which is Chindini Library, has NVDA devices, and one other library have JAWS and Zoom text. Regions provide transport for members to be collected from their homes on a rotating schedule for persons with disabilities. Currently, the membership is 555, combined for all 28 libraries. We're continuing, Honorable Chairperson, to make sure that we take the people with disability serious, and also trying to make sure that the post that we advertise in the department also have the issue of vacancies that people with disabilities can apply. So we want to encourage them that they must look when we do advertisement and make sure that they apply, because they are part of us. There's nothing for them without them, and we'll make sure that we comply Gule 2% that is required by law. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Shongwe, for the response. I will not waste time. I will go to the Office of the Premier, Mr. Nkambule. Followed by Department of Agriculture, followed by Department of Finance, Economic Development.
Honorable Chairperson, my target people are there, so I cannot stand on the other side. I have to face them.
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable MECs, people on virtual site, distinguished guests, media, and all protocol observers. The Office of the Premier wants to respond on the resolution taken during the Disability Parliament hosted in 2020. And let me also start by saying thank you for organizing this Disability Parliament, especially on this day when we observe the International Day for Persons with Disabilities 2020. Today is the International Day and disabled people are here, and thank you for doing this very wonderful job. One resolution that was requested from the Premier's office was that as we're approaching the industrial revolution, the office must make sure that they develop a program that will assist disabled people to be taken on board in terms of technology. Because seated here as disabled people, we are struggling with technology. Technology is advancing and apparently it is leaving disabled people behind. So what the office has done, it has developed a 10-year broadband plan that will operate for 10 years at least. And it has also developed a provincial ICT strategy also that will work concurrently with the broad plan. These documents have been submitted to the legislature, and they've also been submitted to other national departments for more inputs. The document have been submitted, for example, to the Department of Planning, DPME. It has gone to Monitoring and Evaluation. It has been submitted to the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. It has gone to State Information Technologies, just to make sure that the document is in line with the 4AR National Strategic Plan. Now, once this document is approved, my disabled comrade, this document then will assist all provincial departments to be in line with the 4th Industrial Revolution. And we are looking forward to have the document approved by 2023. Therefore, what we are recommending as an Office of the Premier is that if this document can be approved during the said period, we are requesting support from all stakeholders. Department must adopt the document, make use of it wherever they are, if they are dealing with people with disabilities versus the Industrial Revolution. On that note, thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you, my disabled comrades. Thank you very much.
I expected a very big round of applause. Yeah, I think as oversight body, we'll make sure that all the stakeholders take care of what we have presented, Office of the Premier. Let me go to Department of Agriculture. Ma'am Smangel.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu sihlalo. I-department ibe ne response expected kuyo from i-resolution ethi there seems to be no effort by government to provide land to people with disability to engage in commercial farming for economic sustainability. Chairperson, as we all know that the department does not provide land, but it works hand in hand with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. The department is saying it will continue to endeavor together with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in prioritizing the application of people with disabilities. And however, the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs will ensure that applicants are provided with advisory and extension services, mechanization and production input, so that this will ensure that the production of the farms or the land where people with disabilities are having will be sustainable and reach the commercial level. The department is continuing giving support in that regard. Thank you.
A round of applause for commercial farmers, for people with disabilities. Department of Finance.
Greetings to the House, Honorable Speaker. I will take a different approach with your permission. My name is Brenda Mabaso, and I'm representing the Department of Economic Development and Finance. I will request that I show my presentation, honorable members. I will, however, try to be as quick like all the other speakers. This is a report, indeed, in response to 7 questions that the department was requested to respond to. As I greet Honorable Speaker, let me also recognize the presence of all the members of this esteemed House, the Honorable Premier in absentia, the Deputy Minister, the MECs present here today, and all the distinguished guests that are here. I will not look much into the definition, members, as we all recognize that indeed we still know that there is no uniform definition of a disability, but it's a sector that we prioritize very much as a department. You will see our slogan in the right-hand side of our slide, which indicates that to us as a department, disability doesn't mean that this community is able. It is a community that we consider that still contributes immensely to the economic growth of the province. Our position and what we consider as a strategic importance as we look at this sector is that indeed it's a sector that we need to ensure that it has a sustainable equal opportunities, and our legislation and policies reflect likewise. We prioritize the empowerment of people with disability, ensuring that all the information sharing forums that we have also consider this very important stakeholder. We always have information sharing sessions where we invite other stakeholders like NESA, the Consumer Commission, and also Enterprise Development to try and ensure that we share enough information about available business opportunities. Likewise, with issues of financial inclusion, as all other businesses are concerned about the support in terms of getting financial support for their businesses, we do the same with the community of the people with disabilities. We also note that the most disadvantaged is also disabled women, who we often encourage that they participate in the self-help groups that we implement or introduce as a department. I will then move to the next slide, which is mainly the responses, Honorable Speaker of the House, which responds to the 7 questions, which we will combine. I will indicate that as we were reviewing the questions, most of the questions out of the 7, 3 of them were raising concerns in terms of neglect and disregard of the importance of ensuring that people with disabilities are also interested in venturing in business, and therefore there was a view that we are not doing enough to ensure that we provide them with business opportunities. Also, the fact that as a department we should try and encourage the private sector to also take this stakeholder quite seriously. We would say that, Honourable Chair, we note that indeed there has been slow progress in this regard. However, we should indicate that some of the identified limitations have been with regards to not really having enough listed or registered businesses of people with disabilities in our database. And where we have also noted a shortfall is in terms of noting that there is a lot of fronting where we note that there are people with disabilities that are part of members or owners of businesses, but we lack the tool or system really of checking to ensure that they are not used only just for fronting. Thus, we have taken a conscious decision as a department that we would need to track and verify instances where companies really have listed partners as business partners with people with disabilities. We, however, would like to indicate that in our engagement with private sector, honourable members, we note that private sector is also playing a critical role in ensuring that it works with us in providing opportunities for people with disabilities, both in terms of business opportunities and in terms of employment. A good example is the case of Woolworths, where if you go there, you would note that a number of people in their tills or on their floor are those that are people with disabilities who are deaf, and they have been really recruited in numbers as that shop, which is a good example of what we are also trying to promote as a department as we engage with a number of also private sector businesses. In terms of procurement, there was a question, Honourable Member, that was raised that the department has not provided enough opportunities in terms of ensuring that the procurement of PPEs was also given to businesses that are owned by people with disabilities. Honourable Chair, we noted this. There was indeed a shortfall, and we noted that one of the challenges that we had as a department was that we had to follow indeed the procurement policies or requirements of really buying from businesses that were listed in the central database, and we did not have enough of those that were registered. Those that were registered were found either not to be tax compliant. However, the department once again took a conscious decision to say that most of what they bought for their staff in terms of like your mask, it had to be bought from cooperatives that were identified by the SMME sector within the department. In terms of really ensuring that we employ enough people from the sector, Honourable Chair, we will say that indeed, let's not run away from the fact that the stereotypes still persist. There are still challenges in terms of ensuring that we have a suitable or conducive environment to support the employment of people with disabilities. But this is an area where the department has been able to perform quite well, because we have improved in terms of the percentage of people with disabilities working within the department. These are just the statistics, honourable members, which showed or to back up what I am presenting. We have achieved 3 youth-owned we have conducted roadshows where we have shared information with the people with disabilities who were invited in those. Which shows that we take the stakeholder very seriously. We have assisted some of the businesses with in terms of ensuring that they comply with their returns from a SARS perspective. We had as recent as last week, as we also take this month as an important month for people with disabilities, we have planned sessions where we have been sharing information about business opportunities and assisting them to register their companies, but also have been invited other stakeholders like the Department of Trade and Industry, UNASA, into our sessions, and this we have done in 3 areas, including Khatsibanding, Nkomazi, and Ngangala. Honorable members, this is the statistics that I was showing that the department has performed well in terms of ensuring that we provide employment opportunities for this sector. About 1.4% of our employment quota is represented quite well with people with disabilities. Honorable Chair, thank you very much, and we would like to indicate that we shall continue to endeavor as a department to work with the community, with people with disabilities, to ensure that they benefit from all the opportunities like all other sectors. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Finance, for the response. I think because of COVID, we have given you space. If you feel tired, you can just stand up and stress. You will not be disturbing. I'm giving you that permission. Yeah, as we have agreed, I want us to deliberate on the presentation so that we go to commissions after we have done with this one. I will allow at least 4 hands to start. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ngisavuma amanye other hands, but we'll see. Number 1 uyaqala asenzeni ukuthi officials assisting noma mic usikhona ukukhuluma sikhona kuba fast nyana. I don't want my people to continue drinking water on an empty stomach. Number 1.
Honorable Speaker, and all protocol observed. There's nothing much to say as far as the next card. Mina ngimswati, ngikhuluma Swati. Machangana twisisa. My questions are nglaw kula ma presentation da lesesidlule ku Honorable Manzini ngifuna ukuchecka ukuthi Honorable Manzini ukuhead nje ngifuna ukuchecka ukuthi kulama members ethu la waiting list for a long time, and invite hospital CEOs anga attend glama meetings and anga delegate. How do we get assisted? Because siyabona ukuthi akastart serious, and sikafuna bona labazali because sina very short asivakala sisitakala njani. In list, we think these are assistive devices. In list, assistive devices because my community, my municipalities, my member are prepared. thola ukuthi i-wheelchair ayisasebenzi, hearing aid ayisasebenzi, ma-crashes ayisasebenzi, ma-cane aphukile, bakufake ku-list and ulinze for a very long time. So ngicheck ukuthi sizasite kanjani. Kumakinjani besimcela ne ukuthi kula ma local municipalities in province yonke aba ensure ukuthi I sign language interpreter workshop iba khona, training iba khona, because we find it more difficult to communicate with our members. So locals read the materials and these people are getting frustrated. So us assist them in the province. Gumakeshong. Yokugcina le ngoba imuthe kakhulu. Gumakeshong ngifuna check ukuthi la kule province le sinayo I team le functionable i-wheelchair basketball. But I stay kanjani ngema equipments, because each department it's week before last or last week they supplying my sport equipment, but i-wheelchair basketball and you find it more difficult if so mhlawumbe so compete nama provinces basiboleka thosna kuphukile sidliyo nezidliyo nguzasina equipment mara I-province yethu i-rich phela province le ngahlenze kuthenga i-wheelchair India 15,000 inye because shipile phela uyayibona manje. Sicela nisassiste ke ngama team ethu ade khona ukucompete nama provinces. Thank you.
Siyabonga Mnumzane. Number 2.
Sonzara futhi yeah, so Mike.
Ngavshini kwini. Lo khuluma ko iThemba Mangwana from Kutindile Award 20. Mina xirho xa mina ka social development. Ngopfu eka SASSA. Anda Bushbuck Ridge. Ku safariwa ngopfu le ka SASSA. Intaranga ma doctor. Ngakuma swa ku dokotela wa le xibedhlele. Wa pfumelana na munhu a nga kuma grant. Malofo ka SASSA wa ala ku nyika grant. Munhu teka treatment ndlela ya koho mara va fika le va n'wi tlhelisa. Swi ka ku buka. Vanhu va xaniseka ngopfu a thula manje. Swa ku ri va etlelela laya. Loko va buka va tsema vanhu le xikarhi. Va kutana next week futhi munhu a nga na mali a tlhelela a ku swa nhlayo leyi va yi lavaka inani yi heleli na n'wi tsema futhi ene munhu yaloye I na disability. Ku na swin'wana va swi vulaka nga mi nga swi tshembeki. Ku na munhu wo kala disability wa yi kuma grant I vuropana ende mi nga swi tshembi ende swi koho. Munhu I na crisis leyi yi ngo tshama kaya va n'wi nyika na nenge u nga vaviki ene hina hi twa ku vava swa hi vavisa. Loko a fika a tshama kaya se a grant I famba a crisis a famba ronda mara munhu loyi a qualify kuma grant a nga yi kumi. Se a hi kombela ku ri na matsariselo ya grant ka a ku sunguleni a ku bukiwa xibedhlele kwini a tintswalo ku a bukiwa ku mara le Tlamanchi se vanhu va safari mi yi languta Tlamanchi yi khome ndhawu leyikulu ya Bushbuck Ridge hi la ku tsarisiwa grant na le Bush Street vanhu va le ku hluphekeni. Center la ka ku pfuniwa ka tisentara hi na sentara na yena a Kutindile. Loko lava va social work la fika va hi pfunaka laha a hi va kumi. Loko fonela loyi I ri ni ta ku tisela n'wana ni fonela ku ni ta ku tisela n'wana a hi na nsizo la ka sentara yi nga na rona. Se hi kombela ku ri va social development va tale ka hina sentara ya hina va ta hi pfuna ku fana sentara tin'wana leti pfuniwaka ka ndhawu leyi ya le Mbombela. Inkomu.
Ikhensile Tatan. Number 3.
Okay, it's okay. Proceed. Nginibingelele nonke nakugcina isihlalo bonke inkokheli zethu ezikhona. Siyabonga nalo nisenzile kona okunye kumele sincome. Singakhali njalo siyabonga. Mina ngizothanda ukubonisa la kulento kakhulukazi ngicacala ngayo social department social service. Vele lapho sinenkinga yamampela. Kunabantu esinabo futhi khona la abangatholi igrant. Bajikisa abo doctor laba bakasasa. Bese uhlala uhola 6 months, after 6 months uyobuya futhi angazi wolo singakhi. Ngicela bayibhekelele especially kubo doctor laba belento besasa unless baqhashe ugovernment wethu kuma nama permanent okubudokotela bakasasa ngoba kathi baku contract nje basasa. Ngize la ku sport ku art kumamesho besicela ukuthi basibhekelele ikakhulukazi la emalokishini wethu. Yebo siyabona ukuthi i-stadium bazakha inkundla zokudlala ilento ibhola kodwa ezinye i-stadium ezikhona la elokishini ama ground ngoba abantu abakhubazekile abana access especially ama bathroom mahamba nge-wheelchair kushuthi stadium i-ground leyo manje sicela ukuthi basibhekelele kulezo zinto. Ekugcina lesithanda ukuthi uma sikhuluma zonke lezi zinto besicela kini baphathi nisize simonitoring ngoba siyakhuluma kodwa maya lapha ngaphandle lekubona umasipala ayikho incubekela phambili. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga Sukuvile number 4.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson, and all protocols observed. Elami gama ke ngizibiza ngo-Honorable Vusinkosi. Ngibuye Witbank. Man, ngizozama kuba short. I am a speaker by birth, so ngizozama kuba very short for the sake of time. Kubuhlungu ukuhlangana senze i-talk show just for the sake of buying time. Chairperson in the house. Sikhuluma one the same thing over and over and that is irritating. Siyobona ama reports and recommendations. Abhalwe kahle, well outlined with proper English. But my worry is, are those recommendations ever gonna come into reality? Angazi lapho. Or sizobuya futhi next year. Sibuye la. Sifundele futhi findings and recommendations. Sishaye tandla, shayela abantu izandla. When nothing is happening. That is the worrying factor. Chairperson, ngivumele ngikhulume lamagama ukuthi i-leadership ekhona ivotelwe yithi people living with disability. I-leadership ekhona in government ikhona because of us. So kubuhlungu mase kudlalwa ngathi ngalendlela. It's very much painful. Before ngihlala phansi ngifuna ukuya kumama uSasekani Manzini, uMinister wethu esimthandayo. See, aware as people with disabilities ukuthi kuma clinics esibuya kiwo ama CHWs bekade strikeile, and those are the people abasincedayo thina kuma CMA clinics bakhalela into zabo nabo. So mina ngifuna ukwazi kuye ukuthi yena nethimba lakhe are they gonna gonna help those CHWs ukuthi bathola abakufunayo ukuze nathi as people with disabilities sizokwazi ukuncedakala na, because currently it's a mess kuma clinic chairperson and the house at large. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi nizongivumela ema clinic it's a mess. CHWs bashaya ito yabo, everything is in a standstill, yet yena ubuye utshela thina ukuthi everything is in order. Nothing is in order. Angaqambi imanga lo makangasikhohlisi. Just before I sit down, ngifuna ukuthi ngidivert ngiye ku human settlement. I am happy ukuthi kuma ke human settlement ukhona la. Make ngitocelela Nkosi yami ukuthi nakuphuma umhlangano mina nawe one on one ma. Mina nawe one on one ngiphethe a bag full of tears. Angeke ngize ngiyikhulumela. Ngifuna ukukhuluma nawe ubuhlungu esenziwa bona kuma municipality esibuya kibo as far as izindlu is concerned. So I don't want to discuss that here. Bengicela ukuthi mama uma nje sithi amen asembelief umbone mama. Thank you, Chairperson in the House.
Umkhulumisa Mahlangu after the meeting. Magishabalala. Yeah.
Ngiphinde ngibuye futhi uNkonzebovu Mhlongo. We are sick and tired about freedom is coming tomorrow. Ingoma Brenda Fastley isithu. Bas promise ukuthi bayowakha i-inclusive school. Besise Metlibek. I was there. Chairperson walana bekungumambusisiwe Shiba, former executive mayor wamase Albert Ntuli. Bathi kunelisayidi ngala kuBosabi, bathi kunelisayidi eBarberton. So ke sicela irespond ukuthi le inclusive iyowakhiwa nini. I-public works yathi lisayidi lekhona, education yathi izawenza isikole. Sicela ningenza ama-empty promises. We are sick and tired. Today lama resolution lesiwenzako sicela ukuthi niwathathe serious. Asijatshiliswa ngilama catering enthu nale ikipa. Sifuna into eserious esibonako ekumele ukuthi asijatshisa kulale mana emahotela entini. Yenzani into esivumelane ngayo. Nasikhuluma namuhla kusasa sifuna nenze lokuyi1. Ngeke nikwenze konke but sibone ukuthi khona nikwenzako. I thank you.
Yeah, the last end, number 5.
Mhlali ngaphambili ngiyabonga ithuba lome lapha ngugasa wakamhlanga Dr. Pixley. Ake ngiqale ngokubonga mhlali ngaphambili ukubona lo ngamvotela ukuthi abe la angimele usisigabi lo ngihlale ngimbhadlela ngabantu abakhubazekile lapha ya kwi district eGetsibande. Ake sikhulumeni iqiniso umhlali ngaphambili. Sikekele ukufihla iqiniso. Mhlali ngaphambili ngizoqala lapha ya ku Department of Health. Ku report ya mama Sasekani Manzini. sinenkinga laphayana kuma rehab. Sithola ukuthi siba kuma waiting list wama assistive device wecathulo nama battery wama hearing aid esikhathi eside. Sithole ukuthi kuthiwa lo osebenzayo uselifini. Kungani kanti singaqashwa sinikezwe ama skill ukuthi silungise izinto zethu? Ngoba phela ikonzima lento umhlali ngaphambili mase sikhuluma iqiniso. Ukuthi asinikezwe icapacity lesifanele sizenzele ngoba singakhona phela ukwenza masinganikezwa icapacity ukuthi sizilungisele lezi zinto. Siphinde sinikezwe nesupport efanele, hayi ukuthi mase sekangekho ke maye ngagula ke noma maye ngashona kusho ukuthi vele siyohlala silimele mphathi. Ngibuye ngize lapha ya ku social development kuma ke njalo. Make njalo ngimzwile ethi basebenza kahle nama NPOs. Mhlawumbe lamanye kunzima mphathi. Yey safa ukudelelwa ama social worker mphathi. Yey safa ukudelelwa ama social worker. Angastreating ngendlela efanele masithi siya reporta amanye wama matters kuthiwe phela si report kubo bona bayafanda kuphela. Kanti si report up ngebuhlungu namhlanje akekho prima make Zulu uyishilo wathi si prima responsible for us. Kodwa masingathi siyafuna ukuthi sikahle prima mase sesinenkinga lezi ezisihlulile nalapha social development lezi ezingakhonakala. Kanti sibakuphi kahle. Ake sicaciselwe nje ukuthi uyazi idisability ihlala la and lonke usizo layo lila. Lokuthi namhlanje ula ka social development kusasa uka prima kusasa use office of the president cha iconfusion leyo futhi lebhlungu. Ake sinikezwe nje indawo eyodwa ukuthi sibalapha ya siphile khona sisizakale khona siphuza amanzi khona. Ngibonge kakhulu umhlali ngaphambili ningiphathele kahle sisigabi. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Let me appreciate all the contribution from our stakeholders. Bengelile we will have limited hands. Ngavuma if kuna one ngathi ubona ngathi vele nje sikuyafiwa nginikeze isikhathi sokukhuluma. Ukhona la ufuna ukukhuluma one. Sengiyayivula futhi. Angila ngifuna ukuyivula. 1 2 3 4 5 6 sesiyayivala msasayivala ngithi siyavala muthi angithi ngivani sisivanile ukuthi kufanele ukuthi ngidrive kahle lenqolo siyayivala la with the hands that are up ne number 1
Sorry Chairperson, kwenzela ukuthi the RDF counterpart bakhona ukuthi bamuzwe through sign language while interpreter voice for the hearing people. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Ngiyabonga just ukufuna uketa nje kancane ngoba ngizwile ma report nema complaints so into nje mina njengoba personal nje ligama lami ngimpeki Sibongo ngagulwe yes yeah I'm a deaf person and also from Pencil Up I'm a chairperson national Pencil Up as well so with regard to sign language chairperson ngiyezwa umama la akhuluma lapha ukuthi esibhedlela out there sign language ayikho and ayavisiseki that is one of our barriers ibarrier lekhulu kakhulu is communication barrier lapha that are faced by deaf people especially esibhedlela you see siyafika lapha sisi mhlambe sifuna kunema project lapha bantu bakhona laba deaf bafuna ukuthi mhlambe bafundzise sign language yabona so ngiyacela ukuthi mhlambe please appoint the deaf people and bafundzise mhlambe sign language especially kuma staff lapha Department of Health yabona if the deaf people bangekho lapha yabona but the sign language must be there or mhlambe appoint maybe one of the staff lapha esibhedlela leso ukuthi sibe disability user friendly sibe sign language friendly laso sibhedlela leso utobone communication to ba fluent among the staff people ka Department of Health. Another issue with regard to the appointment of people with disabilities le inkinga kakhulu. You see uma mhlambe maybe as people with disability yabona sithola umatima ukuthi sithenge indlu but akhona ama RDP house sine as people with disabilities sa qualify lapha so le ma process kanzi ahamba njani so Department of Human Settlement please ibhera iphi kanzi yini problem because siyabona abantu from other countries like Mozambique Zimbabwe lapha mhlambe Zimbabwe bathola umuntu athole RDP but itsine bona siyahluleka ukuthi senge ama RDP and futhi siyahluleka ukuthenga indlu so please government wethu sicela ukuthi njengoba siqualify and asinamali sithola imali encane lapha kumbesheni yabo please sicela and futhi sifuna nemsebenzi lapha yabo indlu siyadinga but asitholi siyabhalisa but asitholi. Thank you very much. Thank you again.
No, thank you. Straight and to the point. Number 2.
Thank you. Ngibonge program director ngikhohlwe ukuzisho lokho ukuthi igama lami ngubani umgwezwa kaMkhwanazi Governing Mbeki municipality. Man sididwa into encane la ukuthi mangenza I research yami inginika ukuthi government wona wodwa uhlangene nalama sector asebenzisana nawo government nalama sector asebenzisana nawo government. For an example, office ka premier kune on the status of the disabled people. Office ka premier mangicheka wonke lama department ngokubuka kwami kumele aye on the status of the disabled people ukuyofuna I-direction for people with disabilities. Angithi yakhelwe lokho ukuthi ugovernment unalama sector bese kuthi lapha phakathi sekunale office le on the status of the disabled people. Bese seyithi equation ngoba wonke lama issues arezwa yilabantu ngiyaqabanga ukuthi uma ngabe bekusetshenziswana kahle nale office leli on the status of the disabled people ngoba yilo nalo elehlayo eleya kubantu naye ugovernment uyehla uya kubantu ngiyaqabanga ukuthi ke bekungeke kube nama challenges amaningi in terms of people with disabilities ushuthi akuna networking anisebenzisani why ngisho njalo I think masizalana I think now it's 3 years kodwa ayiphenduleki lento leyo up to now. That's why siyaye sithi hey man yazi indaba zama commission azisebenzeli. It's because vele siyabona ukuthi ngathi akuna networking. One, wonke lama department wonke anama local offices anama district offices njalo sithethe na ngo1994 sonke singena ku democracy ukuthi sonke sizoba free izinto zethu zizohamba kahle but people with disabilities since 94 still left behind basele ngemuva even now akukho ekungathi kuyaphatheka kubo. Why ngisho njalo nginenza ile example ngithe mina locally up to district level or up to provincial level awekho ama interpreters to assist deaf community. Kuthiwa bathi baqhashiweke laba siyabathola kasasa because i-service eningi yethu Department of Health to SASSA social development awungeke uze ubathole abantu abazo assista but sikhulume ngani sikhulume ngedemocracy that's why ngithi akuna networking dala sicela lokhu but akukho trail document kumakhotho babekile amaphepha lapha yana kusho ukuthi ke kunabantu ababalulekile kumele ukuthi bathole information kunabantu abangabalulekanga ukuthi mabathole information it's because wonke lama information document abawabeke lapha yana kulama desk no braille sicela akuna communication ngiyabonga.
Next.
Avshin Nakambe. Dolfred Sihlangu. Before Paula ngaluku ukukhulunywa. Ngicela kusho again ukuthi we are so disappointed ukuthi ayikho temporary plan from office of the premier leba ivezile la ukuthi ngalesikhathi sobasilindila up to 2023 maybe izolulana ku 2024 basafuna ukuphasisa ukuthi sikwazi uku-accessa i-technology kuzoba kwenzakalala kusho ukuthi sohlala sisalindile of which is not what we are expecting. Ngicela kusho futhi ukuthi MEC for health yakombela leswaku utekela vanhu va albinism enhlokweni vanhu lava va vulnerable to the cancer and I'm supply the lotion letata vokahle le at clinic nala robs I'm vaniki priority ya ku va checka cancer mi va veka ka waiting list and they are dying sa kombela leswaku mi swi tekela enhlokweni na sweswo. I further again ni kombela ku makale disability grant I sikeni ku lehisa. Deputy Minister, let the disability grant process be changed. Awungeni take minari purely disabled person n'wana ni vona maro alava leswaku doctor ani check. When a person is infected by flu, you don't take the blood test, you just give the medication. You will take only the blood test if you are not sure what mutho uswere ke eng. So basically uthina la ku disability grant, let the process be simplified ukuthi wonke umuntu lo abonakala kahle kungadingi ukuthi kube nama witness amaningi anikwe le grant immediately njengomntwana from 0 to 18 angazi ngizwe bathi umntwana usayochekwa ukuthi eqiniso umntwana sezomnika grant. Ngiyabonga.
Dear Logisa indlu yonke Mina nginguthulani Ziqobo ngiqhamuka ku Masipala wesithembisile. The coordinator ku baphila disability okungaboni. La ngiphethe na I document but ibhalwe in ink only. Zofuna ukuthi mhlambe sichazele ukuthi kungani ngaphintwanga ngebraille na. If you see like kusibetha mthetho singayitholi ibraille so ithola njani ibraille le emakhaya kubo Masipala na. Sithole just ibraille just kuthiwa I program kuphela azange sithole information ephelele so thina la sizwa nje kuphela kanti siyakhona ukufunda besicela nje ukulungisela iproblem noma mhlawumbe sithole ireply ukuthi kungani singayitholi ngebraille thina le information ela ku imprint bese iphuze elinye ngizwe umama khuluma ngokuthi cishe sinama library ngaba ngo28 accommodate cishe 500 ama attendance ufuna ukuthola ukuthi ubuze ukuthi ingabe izisebenzi ezilapha kuma library bomasipala aziholi na bezihola kungani this year ama champion wama blind angazange athola ama contract uzakhona ukubhadaleka sinama cishe ngasho ukuthi ama champion angaba ngu4 5 aplant ne disability yokungabone a leader kuma mini lab under ma library but this year azange athola ama contract and akekho ofuna ukuexplain ukuthi kungani singatholi ama contract umbuzo ukuthi ingabe kubhala ukuthi kunikezwe ama champion awu5 istipend kodwa kube kubhadalwa izisebenzi zama library angaba u28 mhlamba abane ama contract mhlamba ama 3 years sifuna ukuthola ukuthi kungani ama blind la angama champion wama mini lab angazange athola ama contract unyaka lo ngoba sibuzana sisodwa sithola impendulo mhlambe kunesizathu esizwakalayo sokuthi kungani ngenzeki lokho kiloko nje bengiphethe futhi ngicela please sithole ibraille mhlambe ngesikhathi esizayo sithole document fully as wonke umuntu ayitholayo ngeimprint dasiyithola yabo.
I think it's the last one for this cycle.
Sanibonani nonke endlini. Mina ke nginguLucas Masina ngiphuma eMakhazeni municipality. Angicali ukufika kuleli khaya lesikilo namuhla. Ngifike la leli khaya liseselisha for thina abantu labamnyama ngikhulela la. Ngiva buhlungu mangabe ngibona abantu labamnyama babandlulula labanye abantu or bacinzetela labanye abantu ngoba thina nami bengikhona lesikhathi esishaya bo Mrs nabo basi ngelishe sibakhiphe ema-ofisini manje sokungena bosisi wethu nabo bhuti wethu but bayasibandlulula ngito kuchaza lokho ukuthi ngayiphi indlela ngibonge make Shongwe bekakhuluma sonke simvile la make Shongwe ungilomake mina lengathi siyadigcabha ngabo ne government yasempumalanga kufanele igcabhe ngamake Shongwe nalabambisene nabo ngoba lula kakhulumela ukukhuluma emaqiniso make Shongwe namake Shiba sengilomake lo nethi ngiphoqwe itransport yethu nasehla yahamba nefile yami ngoba bengikubhala phansi bengifuna ukukhuluma make lo phethe ngibani lo hitter khona ngibani ma sibongo sakhe sithi mohita danki yes ma labo make thina basithole emashara ngavula icenter yethu thina abantu labakhubazekile basithola sikhala tinyembedi ngokuqenzetelwa isocial development but labo bomake basula tinyembedi ngibathanza ngendlela lesimangaliso bawendile umehluko kithi ma ningibongele nilenisebenza nabo ke asebelieve ma so ke ngiphoxeke kakhulu ngokuthi nduna nkulu akekho la nduna nkulu ungisinike lesinye isithombe sokuthi akasikahle kubantu labakhubazekile ngani ngoba mina ngilomunye lo wacashwa la kuqala kukhulunywa ngezabata ku 2% lesingathi ukuthi babuyapi ngangikhona la ngaphumelela ngacashwa ngithe sengicashiwe ngasebenza ka social development yaqala inkathazo lapho ngabandlululwa abantu labafika ko labangawadi umzabalazo labangayadi apartheid bathi ngisesimaphiri lilaka use Witbank i sub district manager yaka social development ngimake longa nanhlitiyo ngimake longa sikahle ngisena ngiphuma ngizamile kubeketela kukhona lenye into bantu lebasithatha ngayo kabi bathi bantu labakhubazekile ungabacashi ngoba bayavilapha noma bayagula asiguli thina mina ka social development ngaba ukucala ukuwina ama MEC Excellence Awards bathi nguphi engwenyama lodge eWhite River ngibani beka khona lapho ngimi lo lengawina lo but ibhansela yami ngibe ukuthi ngibandlululwe ngaphuma isikhathi singakafiki ngaye lo makele ngikhuluma ngaye make maphiri lilaka hey ngamangala ngathi ayikhona manje kunzima ngithana ngiphuma ngoba vele inhlangano ngangivele ngiyisungulile before ngicashwa kuthi sibumbane njengabantu labakhubazekile ngoba asicashwa asindwa next kuthi nje sibe together sende nathi lokubalekile kuze sikhone kuphila ngisesengicashiwe sengiphuma ngiyafana nokuthi ngicoshiwe ngaphuma le mali lengiyitholile ngasale ngaqhubeka ngacala i-center yethu thina abantu labakhubazekile make shongo lobe kakhuluma ubuya khona kule center banalabo makele ngibabalile ngibo labasisula etinyembeti so kuhambe ngayicala i-center ngaya kulo make lo make lo lilaka maphiri ngathi sengiyayicala ke i-center wathi icala masina thina sitongena ngefunding kuphele 3 years bangangeni yonke le mali yami lengisebentile mina iminyaka lengaka mina ngondle bantu labakhubazekile e-center azange ngizuze next ngisho umndeni wami awukadli lutho 3 years ngondla bantu labaningangaka 42 people bababonile bomake shonge bayayadi le center niyangiva kahle ngitele lokho la uthi ngabese ngithatha isikhalo sami ngiyosithumela kuphi ngoba lo make lo i-social development undangazothi uyayi-owner eWitbank kubusa yena i-director isi-next eWitbank mara yena just i-manager ubusa wonke umuntu uze ubusa ne-province and unebangani lababi la e-province la ka-social development bangani bakhe wokucala ngumake Elisa Mhlanga make Elisa Mhlanga naye bekakhona eMashara ane HOD bathi ngumthweni ngifake isikhalo mina kuphi ku HOD ngoba yena mngani wamaphiri bayengana hayikhona lo babemthwena enyamsaba wafika e-center wafika naye lo maphiri wafika wakhukhumuka ene wasuka lapho wathi beke waba ngumuntu lo setulu ukuthi kufanele thina sithuke ngoba kufike iboss wangathi Thobi ngathi mina wathi yasite kuwe khuluma masinya mina ngijahele ma meeting labalulekile wangafuni kungena abone lama beneficiary labantu labakhubazekile ngazuthi thina sitomthelela ngokukhubazeka wangafuni kushokuhlala ititulweni tethu umthweni ngombhalele mina incwazi ngabona ukuthi manje asizakale sengibhalela bani premier akavakali ukuthi uthini kukhona le ntombatana lesebenza ku premier bathi ngibandile nobandile or bandile lapha ekhumbini ekarini lesihamba ngayo kuna wonke lamagama usuke lapho besichumana jikithi manje nasengumfonela kasabambi ifoni akasabambi ini kwasuka i-director eWitbank yathatha yena lo sesi longasikahle
kuthi mhlawumbe imkhola into order better e-center nabafika e-center kwalungiswa konke ukuthi wathi yena mina masina ngitela ukuthi wena uthola i-funding kwagcwalisa onke emaphepha lifayili lami likhona lana sport mara ukuthi likuphi lilahlekile lisuke Witbank ngiyacabanga lifihlwe ngumake bani Elisa Mhlanga ukuphi Nyamathi Elisa Mhlanga ifile ifike bathi nabalungisa le file eWitbank bathi ma office waka social development ngazothi ayamove bathi ifile ngcono ingedi ena sport ngani ngoba ito misplace sorry sir
yeah bengicela ukuthi you have got a specific matter le i-office lethu lezisebenza ngale matter yakho ikhona la i-petition ngifuna kubathuma ukuthi mayohlale phansi abakhulume nawe ukuthi bayenze njani ubanikeza konke lokho ufuna kusitshela khona.
Okay sir, yeah thanks but ke okay sir ngicela kulisho la ukuthi angisho leli inyanga yethu le kusize sibela siyakubonga lokho but ngifuna ukuthi nathi ukuthi mara le phansi ema-ofisini siyabandlululwa lokho ningakudoubt siyabandlululwa lapha ngaphasi akusimnanzi saliphosa litshe sakhipha bobasi nabomisisi ema-ofisini safaka abantu bakithi labamnyama mara ngibo labajike futhi basibandlulula abayathi apartheid kuthi buhlungu kangaka nyalo siyendiwa ngibo futhi labantu bakithi sindele sifake bona ngelitshe lapho kubuhlungu angisho then mina yeruthi ngiyosizakala njani ndong attend okay ngiyabonga yeah thank you
angibonge asiyeni phambili ngicela banikeza ubabe uMike azokhona ukukhuluma.
Randza cancer opportunity lay ni randza kusheweta futhi chair na ba honorable hinkwavo na msheweta vitra Hosena Isokreste vito ni Simon Shabangu from Ability Beyond Disability Foundation. Yeah, na a very big challenge, more especially the rural areas as if I'm by the wheelchair. So far as we are suffering kuri ifamba estarateni because mapatena amaimang kahle. And then kuna madaka loko tsakamile loko omile ingari kunenfula. Our challenge is something maybe one side, the other side the potholes maridzwe so ungefambele maridzwe is something nakona a wheelchair yatika mo. And then the other thing lesi bonaga futhi shinga challenge ka yena is a long dry loko efane ifamba kuna ti passage kuri ngai ajikale but then the passage teto I got to famba ti need the paving because wheelchair I found is good so efane yajika ilekule is the challenge that we are having as a tersa at wheelchair. And then anaba ku tatisa futhi ka maka ya lava ti death ka sign language me anibonanga kuri government loko ayo ipfuna ka each and every school ba add a subject lenga sign language ku na vana loko va karhi va kula cause vana va hlupheka loko va hlangana a va koti ku vulavula hi xivono mhaka ku ri van'wana u tirhisa sign language un'wana u right so then a ni hleketa ku ri loko yo va a subject leyi nga ta hoxiwa xikolweni ku va A B C indlela leyi va tlanga ti A B C ti sign language that will be better hi ku na ti taxini va hlupheka loko se maybe u lava ku ya ana sport loko ko kume enkarhi loko ri ku dyondzisiwa eba ti queue marshal na ti taxi driver ti sign let's say a sign ya la Nelspruit hile and then loko fika ku E awazi ubutsa utova ngiteka ungifaka e taxini ya ku ya Nelspruit aya Nelspruit it the problem that we are having loko yokota ku ri mi hipfuna ku va na ku edwa a subject to each and every school ya sign language nona cancer.
A round of applause for all the speakers. Oh.
Very last.
Dumelang kaofela. Ke Dieketseng from the Palestine municipalities.
Raise your voice.
Okay, ke Dieketseng from the Palestine municipalities. Ke tlo bua from Department of Health ke kopa hore ndeni ba re thuse ka di physiotherapists, especially mo di clinics like Ronet Palestine ha rena sepetlele. So every month ha ba satla sa bana le the whole ba satla ne re kopa jo Department of Health e re lokolele bona so that di batho ba tlotse ba thola di assistive devices tse ba di hlokang because hona le backlog e ngata. So ne re kopa jo ba re lokolele tsona di therapists. And again Department of Health for us people with albinism ne re kopa hore di sunscreen tsa bona di very dry and it has to the skin. But ba bang they can't buy the sunscreen ko di chemisting or the shopong. So this one e fumana hand clinicing it's very dry. Ne ratile and then e kare ba kai at least manufacture I tell something moisturizing at least is covered too oily but ibe handle is covered too dry. And le hore and then in a kopa go di clinics at least ba romele doctor dermatologist at least once a year but lo check batho ba nang le albinism dintho for a skin cancer. And again on Department of Education rena le bana ba bangata ba nang le learning disabilities go di Palestine and at the end of the day it gonna lead to dropouts because go dikolong I don't know whether their teachers they are lazy hore ba kope educational specialist hore e tlo ba check re fumana hore na le bana ba bangata ba nang le di dropout of which ile cause ya learning disabilities. So ne re kopa hore ndane e kare ba ka etsa ba ka ba check every year hore ba shebe hore ndeng dikolong they do bo principal ba ya khona hore ba batle di educational specialist at least once a year no matter who's na request but ba etse a day mo batlo sheba batlo checkang bana ba assess because really rona go Palestine rena le bana ba ngata ba na le learning disabilities ke one re kopa. And again in Department of on albinism people ba pala ka rona ile ka nnete but to have at least ba tlo kopa disability grant. Yes, because we follow into our reyetse or you had doctor, then you go to Dr. Wasasa or attend a clinicing, then you go to a SASA doctor. But the SASA doctor will never fail. How will you file? How check you check? At the end of the day, they decline your disability grant. And according to my understanding, disability albinism it is something as into airing tomorrow. Otlo change gotle osna albinism. So ne re kopa hore ba revisit and ne re kopa from birth at least bana ba fumane disability grant for if ever ohlana albinism just like other children ba fumane that disability grant. I thank you.
No, thank you. Yabonga. Bonke laba bakhulumile. I understand ukuthi angeke sikhulume sonke. Laba khulumile bebakhulumela nathi. We appreciate for those that is at least able to raise your concerns. And I believe that there are representatives from different departments in this house, and bakhona ma MEC laba connected. But the advantage is that the technology that we are speaking about, which we want to improve for all of us, already all our conversation is recorded. So I'm officially to be bala, but it's recorded with everything which you said is going to be followed up until up to the last. Siyavuma ukuthi let this meeting not be a talk show. There must be something that must come out of our discussions in this meeting. Lama resolutions watataga today must be implemented. As portfolio committee, we are going to follow up because our role is to oversight the executive in Dunankulu ama MEC yakhe. But singithatha lesikhathi akhona ama MEC la ngakhona ku responda on the spot. MEC Sasekani Manzini utoqala aphendula. If kuna izinto lezi angeke aphendule, we'll deal with that. Bazophendula in black and white. We'll make sure that each and every information that must come back to you, it will be communicated to you with proper processes. MEC Manzini, nkombela kukunika nkarhi usungula uresponda ka leswi va nga swi raise.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ngibonge lesikhathi nama questions arizwe nama input in this meeting, and say ukuthi it was a good thing that sikhona ukuthi attend so that all these things are raised. Sizwe singatshelwa ukuthi these are the things that we raised, but sikhona ukuzizwela nathi njengabo MEC. Maybe the first one, the doctors, ayagasasa and all that. I think there was a decision to get abilities, patient. So hence a decision was taken. There must be dedicated, appointed doctors from DSD to reduce their waiting time, as most of them are actually not ill, but they wanted confirmation in terms of their motivation for the disability grant. The issue of community healthcare workers, when I was appointed in the department chair, Akoma community healthcare workers, they were contracted by NPOs. We changed that. Now as I'm speaking, they're appointed by the department, they are in the PESAL system of the department. But the challenges that they are raising are not only in Mpumalanga. These are challenges that are facing all provinces. You remember that when they were appointed by the NPOs, there are certain processes that must follow to absorb them. So that's what they wanted. They wanted to be absorbed, and the discussion is nationally, and all of us will follow what national is saying. I know that they went to a bargaining council, and we'll get that report. Without following the necessary processes, because some of them, they are over 60 years, some of them, they don't even have a minimum requirements and all that. Hence, that decision, and also a contract that will be renewable, was to avoid, once you want to absorb them full time, you must advertise, and most of them, they won't even come back based on the minimum requirement. If different levels have got different minimum requirements, hence that matter is discussed nationally. How then do we move forward in the issue of community healthcare workers? The issue waiting list for medical orthotics and prosthetic. Yes, good. It's true that in Kangala, we issue of workshop la offerisha yona. But ekharinsibande ikhona yiyo le edila again ngenkangala, so that bathola lawo ma services. Ingakho ke uthola ukuthi sometimes kuba nama delays in terms of the waiting list. However ke I department njengoba siyamthetho sazi ukuthi sizawakha I new tertiary hospital eWitbank, in that new tertiary hospital ilana ke sizokwazi ukuthi ke sibe nalama service nakhona. And njengoba nekuthi ke mhlambe in the meantime sizo analyze the situation ukuthi maybe sithola izimoto ezo assist so that the situation is turn around. But that's what we can say in terms of that, so that we can deal with the challenges while waiting for the new tertiary hospital yase Witbank. In terms of waiting list, people with disability, the issue of cancer, a patient and all that. I do personally have got meetings that with people living with albinism, and we discussed this matter to an extent where, when I started discussing with them, they raised even sunscreen yabo is less than 50% protection, of which we have corrected through lama engagement nabo, and they raised the issue of bafuna glasses and everything. That we said as a department also must prioritize them so that Spanigeza even classes. And from time to time, we must meet nabo. The confirmation that I got is that in all our clinics we do have a sunscreen, and that is confirmed by the latter speaker. Lo tege maati sunscreen abatole clinic. I want a moisturizer, right, which is something new that they are raising. The only thing that it was raised with me, Ubunguti is less than 50%. We corrected now, it's 50%, and of which even national were commended Guti Mpumalanga ibanikeza le ena 50% because that's what they requested. But now that they are raising Guti it dry and all that, so it means we must go back then, because this is a new matter to us as a department. We're not aware. We look at it and make sure that labors are moving forward, but also because we need to consult so that so that we agree in terms of what kind of sunscreen is suitable for all of you. So I think that is not a problem. It's something that the reason why I see change it to 50 is because abayisebenzisayo yibo abathesenze njalo. If namanje bathi le khona idry kufuna siyoyibheka, sizosebenzisana nani ke sibone ukuthi sinikeza le enifuna yona. In terms of lama cancer patient njengoba ushilo eMpumalanga silontshe i-oncology unit of Ferrer saphinde futhi salontsha nase-Witbank Hospital. So leyo besiyenzela ukuthi sireduce the number, the waiting time ekhona in the province. Previously they had to go to Gauteng and so that is what we have done as a province, so that we have started a treatment, chemotherapy, and all the time and busy establish radiation services, which means that within a short space of time, then we'll be able to treat a cancer patient in the province. And the chair, part of my discussions with the people with albinism is that when they go to our hospital, they are prioritized. And in fact, in terms of our policy, it says that all people living with disabilities are having a fast lane in all our facilities, meaning that if that is not happening, we need to make sure that we do a follow-up and correct that in the different hospitals and also in the different facilities in the province. The issue of sign language, I agree, is something that we need to correct. I'm told that in the previous years, it was there provided, and we accept the suggestion that maybe we need to take some of our nurses that can go and be trained so that they can assist in the health facilities in terms of making sure that they interpret with sign language. I think it's something that we can do and resuscitate, because I'm told that it was done before during those years, but then it was stopped. Maybe something that we need to do that. The last one was that we need to make sure that dermatologists must come and visit Amalonage. So currently, as a department, we doesn't have dermatologists. We're only having one in Roferer. So you can imagine that one dermatologist in Roferer will not be in a position to cover the whole province alone. So we will try and find a way that the issues that they've raised, how then can we assist in terms of making sure that we address that. But currently, with the one that we are having for the whole province, it will not be possible to be at the tertiary hospital and also do outreach programs. So maybe it is something that we need to look at and see how then do we try and find a balance in terms of making sure that our people are then assisted. Chairperson, I think I've tried to respond to most of the issues. If there's anything else, as you have indicated, then we'll find a way. But I've tried to answer all the questions, and we welcome all your input that you have raised. The issue of food, Chair, you were raising that there's a waiting time in terms of the wheelchair. What we're going to go back and do is that hospitals are given a budget to buy wheelchairs and prioritize their those that are on the list in their different facilities. But however, what we've done also as a province is that because we also do get emergencies that will come in, we managed to buy other wheelchairs. So what we need to do is to go back and consolidate those different hospitals and see if whether how many people are they still having on the waiting list, so that in the next financial year we are able to prioritize also purchasing other wheelchair. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, cancer MEC Sasekan Manzin for the response. As I have indicated, if there is any other things, I think when they raise, it will be responded in black and white through proper processes or forums to reach them. Honorable MEC Nchalu, are you ready?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I am ready. I am here. May I respond?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate all the input, Chair, and all the issues that have been raised on the plenary, and also start by the issues that were very disturbing that were raised by Ubaba Umasina from Belfast. But I think some of the issues have captured them, but at least you've given it a process in terms of your petitions. But I must say the issues that has been raised against the HOD, some of the social worker, Mamhlanga, Mamlelaka, will be followed up and make sure that we resolve this problem. Because I know we've sent them to visit the center, and I think we'll make some interaction with the center. And also the approval of the funding. Yes, indeed, it's true. I must confirm with the legislature that our office are relocating to the new offices across the N4 because we've been renting, and that movement, we did not want to lose any information. I think they would be telling the truth, but surely we are moving indeed, and we've started. But it doesn't mean when we are moving, we cannot perform certain services. We'll make follow up on that, Chair. And then on the issue of the access to the funding, there are requirements that are needed from the NPOs to say you must have X, Y, Z so that your request can be approved. We'll request that we comply with that because we are governed by the PFMA, and that fund that we allocate to centers, we must account on that funding so that next time again there will be another allocation. Because some of the members, if you tell them the criteria, things that they must bring on board, submission of those reports, they don't. Some are not even registered formally. So there are things that we are embarking on because audit has shown us that there are people who were receiving our money and they were not qualifying. But we requested the department to assist them so that we fast track that process because there are beneficiaries that must receive services. Then on the issue of the doctors, I think MEC Manzini has dealt with it, but I must confirm and report back in this meeting that I've contacted the DDG of SASSA to inquire more detail because I know that there is a process of assessment, new medical assessment that is done. They have indicated as SASSA is an agency that is appointed by government. So SASSA has developed a policy and also there's a prescribed criteria that has been followed in terms of the doctors assessing you. But I've noted issues to say the doctor doesn't do proper assessment so that they are are granted permission to receive such. We'll make follow-ups on the specific issues. I think, Honorable Chair, they will leave us with those details so that we can assist them. But they've appointed these doctors on a contract as SASSA, so that these doctors can have an independent opinion for quality assurance, to making sure that we don't just rubber stamp, but there is a process. And that tool, they are saying they have developed it, but I have picked up an issue which I've taken to say maybe the policy itself, it has some red tapes. It should be reviewed, and the criteria. Because when you say somebody who is living with disability doesn't qualify for a grant, for me, it doesn't make sense. And I think that policy with those red tapes, it must be subjected for reviewal, because now we've picked up as this legislature that it has some red tapes. Then Ubaba Uvose from Imalahleni, I think we would not want this parliamentary session to be a talk shop, but on issues that have been resolved, on issues that must be implemented as departments, we are accountable to the legislature. And if we have not done well, I think we would not come here and waste the state's resources in terms of us sitting here. But I must confirm that in our municipalities, you've got the Office of the Executive Mayors, where issues of disability are there. And also in the province, we are there in social development, but this function has moved to the Office of the Premier. Would make sure that even at that level, because the issues that he has raised of housing, it's a policy matter. When I was still an executive mayor in Imalahleni, we had a quota to say people with disability must be treated with special case. And also, if there are any hindrances now, they can also contact our office at the Department of Social Development, so that we do a motivational letter that goes to human settlement, so that that is fast-tracked. And that police was also dealing with the specifications of those houses that can cater for the various disabilities. So I think it's a matter that, as he said, he would want to see the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement, who will also be finished with those, so that we come in and assist, so that we also liaise with municipalities. And I think, Honorable Chair, another thing that I've picked up, because some of these matters of service delivery, they cut across province, municipalities. Maybe in future we should have a session where mayors also are given an opportunity to respond to these issues, and they come and respond, so that as government we are seen working in a coordinated manner. Ubaba Mhlanga eGertsebande, the relationship between the NPOs and social workers, especially in Pixley, I think it's a matter that will follow up, because it doesn't mean when the department is funding an NPO, it ends there. You fund, you monitor. When there are challenges, you must provide solution. But I think another thing that is going to assist us is the issue of your social workers vis-a-vis the community they serve, that ratio. Hence, we are granted permission by cabinet that we should advertise and appoint social workers in Mpumalanga, because we had a serious challenge in terms of social workers, so that they can provide the necessary support, and the ratio for communities they service, it's a burden that they can, or it's workload that they can take. And I think that one, it will assist us in making sure that we render quality services, but where issues are not well responded to, we shall be taken on board. We shall provide written responses to various issues that has been raised before us. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC for Social Development. I think all the responses that we are getting will also need them to come to the office in black and white, so that it can remain as a record of what we have resolved today. So when I invite Honorable Shongwe, he will just deal with at least things that he need us to at least give it to you now. But the broader report must come, as I'm indicating, want it in black and white so that it can remain in our record. And also to make sure that we need to improve in terms of time. I will not be allowed to stay with you after 2 o'clock because I know that all of you are hungry. Some are taking medication, and if one collapse, I will be accountable as a chairperson. I did not want to rush so that we don't discuss issues that take us to be here. But now let us also make sure that we take the issue of time into consideration. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sengubingelele earlier on kulesikhathi lomnika sona ukuthi ngiresponde kulokuphakanyisiwe lokuqondzane ne-department. Kube nembuto lothi ama-sports field awekho right for people with disability. We really agree with them. Safe to say ukuthi i-mandate yama-sports field inamasipala bayaniketwa i-grant lapha lebitwa ukuthi i-make fund lekufanele balungise ngayo ama-sports field. Ama-sports field awekho ku-department asinayo i-budget yokulungisa ama-sports field because ugovernment lomkhulu iniketa abomasipala direct ukuthi balungise ama-stadium. So kufanele si-encourage abomeya kanye nama-municipality ukuthi le mali leyo abayisebenzise kulungisa ini ama-sports field ingayi kulokunye mhlambe lokungaba kuholela disebenzisa amasipala. Uma kungalunga lokho lama-sports field angalungiseka, but we'll also raise this ku-meeting yethu Moonmek la sihlangana khona nabo MMC bangamasipala. I-issue yama-wheelchair, we acknowledge that sinayo le report in the department ukuthi nje besingenayo i-funding yokuthi singakhona ukubafanda ngale ma-wheelchair, since i-wheelchair le-one according to the report lesinayo cishe ingabita 25,000, but we're prioritizing that ukuthi thina as a department singafakani also working with a private sector laba labafuna kusifanda kuleyo midlalo leyo. Futhi nasihluleka sitawuxoxisana mhlawumbe ne-Department of Health umama uSasekani Manzini lo sukumela etulu kakhulu kuma-issues lawa ema-wheelchair ukuthi uma banawo la excessive lamaningi mhlambe angasebenzi bangasilekelela kuleyo ndzawo leyo. Then sekuba nembuto wema-library champion of the blind lang 5 langakatholi stipend sawo. Siyavuma lokho ngoba leso stipend leso besiphuma ku-grant ye-EPWP. So kulumnyaka lo lesikuwo wetimali abazange basifakela leyo mali leyo kule EPWP because ayifundwa direct from i-department kepha siyithola nathi kwema-grant lesiwaniketwa i-national. Bese ke okunye umhlonishwa umama njalo ungikhavile nge-location ye-disability, but also bengicabanga ukuthi singile sitting sitamshayela tandla Ndunankulu ukuthi for the first time okwatile kucasha umcondzisi jikelele walesifundza sakithi saseMpumalanga welibala lo sithi people with disability. Sikujabulela kakhulu ngoba lokho kusho ukuthi uNdunankulu uyithatha serious le issue ye-disabilities ukuthi nawo kufanele ukuthi aqashwe asebende kulo government wethu waseMpumalanga. lokusele kithi thina smart department ukuthi asicomplyeni ngale 2% lefunekako ukuthi each department ikhona ukucasha abantu la be disability labangu 2% ngiloko la kufanele sisebenze khona madima chairperson masingalungisa lokho sitawuvana nale sitting and nokusho ukuthi this is not a talk show nje mina lokulengiresponda kuko ngiyacela ukuthi bangibambe accountable that's why sitaw submit a report kuwe chairperson so that niwadi kusilandzelela sende umsebenzi wethu siservice abantu bakithi ngendlela lefanele ngiyabonga.
No, thank you, Honorable Shongwe, for the response. Mbona umhlonishwa Honorable Speaker is connected. Mhlonishwa, can you greet us, Honorable Speaker? Okay, Mcheka. There are representatives from the departments, but I think we all agree now that we have raised, they must also go back and consult with the relevant department. Because initially we had things that were raised, they were responding to. I will not allow them to respond in this meeting because they are not mandated to respond now. But as I have indicated, all the representatives from department, they must send the responses of what has been raised to the office so that it can also form a package of our resolution that we are taking today. I will then invite two short presentation from the two commissions that we have, which is one will be rendered by Trifina Nhlapo and the other one is Mandla Dladla. So we'll summarize after all this presentation. Those that will want to raise or clarity seeking question, I will allow only 3 people to asks those clarity seeking questions so that by 2 o'clock we must end up this meeting. Sesi Trifina Nhlapo. Ubabe Dladla, you will follow. Awusondele utohlala duzana so that after immediately you get the podium.
Thank you. As they said, my name is Trifina Nhlapo, aka Quinty. Honorable Chair, I want to take this opportunity to greet you, the honorable members of this August House, and the fellow honorable members that have graced this parliament. Sanbonan. We meet today under the theme Yagamam Charlotte Maxeke, where she says, create and realize inclusive society upholding rights of persons with disabilities. This means this government must strive towards creating an environment that offers equal employment and economic opportunities for persons with disabilities. Furthermore, note that the Freedom Charter says the people shall share in the country of wealth, that the national health of our country, the heritage of all South Africans, and shall be restored to the people, and mineral wealth beneath the soil, the banks and the monopoly industry shall be transformed to the ownership of the whole people. However, honorable members, the government approach is blurry insofar by emancipating the life of persons with disabilities. Honorable Chair, government strategic planning takes place at a level of National Economic Development and Labour Council, which has no representation of the views of persons with disabilities. As a result, we want to be represented in NEDLEC so that our matters get attention at all strategic planning levels. We've always had the slogan that says, nothing about us without us. Do not treat us as a one-size-fits-all. Hear our views. Engage with us. Let us be present in the decision-making. The Commission sat yesterday and deliberated on a number of issues. The Commission noted that the government has failed in implementing the 2% of employment for persons with disabilities that it has set for itself previously, whereas it has resolved on employing the 7% moving forward. We view this as an unreliable target, as our government has proved that it does not regard us as equal humans. Therefore, the Commission recommends the government must ensure employment of 2% in the next 2 financial years. We are not disregarding the 7%, but we are saying, did you check that the 2% was correctly implemented? Or have you just decided to move from 2 to 7%? Because according to our views, the 2% is not visible. The Commission then noted poor inclusion of persons with disabilities by local government in the structures that are established at municipality level. This comes as a result of us not being catered by the programs of the municipalities, as we are not afforded an opportunity to raise our voices. We strongly recommend that the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs facilitate the proper establishment of LED forums to enable full participations of everyone. Again, we are talking about inclusivity. It's been years that we've been talking about being included. I go back to the first point where I said, let us not be treated as a one-size-fits-all. We can also make decisions on our behalf. Honorable Chair, the Commission is disappointed by the slow movement of government in building the school for the disabled in the province, which results on people with disabilities being caught by the employment age requirement as set on government application form. It becomes a direct denial of employment for persons with disability by the government. We recommend that the school be built in the next 2 years. We've given you enough time. The school has been promised, but to this point, it is null and void. Can also the Department of Education, it's so sad that it was not here, make their mainstream schools be accessible to persons with disabilities? Can they make their schools disability friendly? Since the government is going on a slow pace in building the school that was promised to us a few years ago. The Commission appreciates the establishment of transversal office at the municipal level. However, that there are no disabled people in the transversal office designated to deal with the issues affecting persons with disabilities. We strongly recommend the employment of a person with disability as an officer to directly serve us. It's only fair that we get someone who will understand our needs, who's in our position, who knows what the shoes feel like when you are in them. It's unfair that you will have a person who's able to and not attend to our needs as persons with disabilities. We've been asking this for years. I think it's time now we get our ducks in a row. The Commission further notes that the private sector, it's dragging its feet in employing persons with disabilities. We recommend that the legislation that was passed by Parliament to force private sector to employ us, and a proper tool must be set, hold, and accommodate us. Can these learnerships actually be meaningful? We are tired of the skills that we have, that our people are seated with at home. Can they create imisebenzi whereby we are going to use the skills? Can, if the government has a learnership, emva kokuthi umuntu eqede that program and be placed in a job? We're not asking for much, we're just asking for equality when it comes to employment. In closing, Honorable Chair, I want to quote this from the Freedom Charter, open quote, "The land shall be shared among those who work in it," close quote. We want to believe that our democratic government shall ensure that what is envisaged by the Freedom of Charter is, so far as sharing the land, we also get a share of the economy of our country, as we are part of South Africans. I want to close on this quote, a book that I was reading. Open quote, "One of the most ignored disabilities on earth is allowing our thoughts to discourage me from taking advantage of one's ability in life." Close quote. It is by Edmond Mbiaka, and happy International Disability Day. I thank you.
Thank you. Short, straight, and to the point. Babi Mandla.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Short SM, I don't know whether the mic. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity granted to us as Commission number 2, and greeting to all the protocol observed. I cannot count one by one for the interest of time. As Commission 2, we said yesterday, and before maybe I get deeper, we just want to send a message to our government to say, as people with disability, we are not capable of going to the street to burn tires, to block the road, or maybe distract the foreign shop, or do whatsoever that will harm the service delivery. So we are using this platform to come and voice our concern. So we therefore appeal that our concern be taken very seriously and as a matter of urgent. The Commission have seated yesterday, and we have came to number of challenges under the issue of mainstreaming development, economic development plan for people with disabilities. Now there is no system to monitor implementation of employment quota. In other words, colleague, there are policies, there are framework, there are a number of documents that are guiding each and every department or the government as a whole to say, how do you address the employment for people with disability? How do you address the issue of disability when it comes to business? Those documents, they are there, but people are not doing what is expected from them. Hence, we are sitting today discussing the issue of the quota to say we need 2%, we need 7%, we need 20%. Nothing is being implemented. Hence, things are happening outside. People with disability are not taken care of. And then the local economic development in the municipalities, LED, is not visible to people with disability. We are aware that there is an LED, but there is no person with disability who is sitting to those forums, if they do have the forums where they discuss matters of economic development in the local or in various municipalities. And again, the very same LED is not interlinked with the transversal offices or services that are in the local municipalities. The only time where you'll hear of the LED is once after a while when they say there's a shop that is opening, they want people with disabilities. And then we have touched the issue of the transversal office itself to say, really we need people with disability to be appointed in those offices so that they will directly deal with our matters. Because able people, they are not feeling what we are feeling. What is happening every time? The focus is mainly on local aid council, and they know very well that they have to perform when it comes to the mainstreaming of local aid council. They know that political health will hold them accountable if they are not submitting the response or the statistics or whatsoever you always need. So now we need a person with disability who will feel and do what we are requesting, or who will act on behalf of the mandate of people with disabilities. And we wish that can be done as a matter of agent. And then we have seen a situation, especially in municipalities or in government as a whole. There are people with disability who were appointed. Some of them, they are on salary level 1 up to 5. Statement there, not getting promotion, not been moved or been graded. And as a result, they find themselves unable to buy houses because salary level 1 up to 6 cannot make you to package a bond and cannot make you to qualify to RDP. And another challenge, when you have to go to buy the land for Uwaka in the municipality, you find number of people or community who want to buy, and you as a person with disability, you will find yourself not getting a single stand because of there is no strategy in accommodating people with disability, especially working class. Le engakhoni ukuthi ungathenga lezo zinto lezo noma ithole those stand. Chairperson, the issue of ICOGTA, really, we asked them, Ogoti, they must hold municipalities accountable, and the government as a whole must hold department accountable. How? You normally have your quarterly meeting where you do your what you call APPs or annual performance plan or key performance meeting whatsoever. This time we are appealing that Whenever an accounting officer is reporting without mentioning a service rendered to people with disability, whether the person is working or the person is not working, those people should be rated as 0 because it means there is a exclusive. People with disability are not included in all the official reports that are given to you or that are expected, you know, by that particular meeting where you receive report. I'm coming into conclusion. The issue of the Department of Health and the assistive device. What is happening on the left-hand side must happen on the right-hand side. I'm summarizing. I'm not going through the document for the interest of time. Disabled people who are residing in rural areas, they are struggling to get the service from Department of Health as compared to people who are residing in urban areas. But that does not mean the people who are residing in urban areas, they are receiving a full benefit or a 100% service delivery in that particular department. We are saying that because we are engaging amongst ourselves as people with disability who are residing in different like the rural and the urban. So there is a big gap when it comes to the issue of service delivery by Department of Health. The issue of waiting period, especially for those who are using hearing aid. They are denied a right to move freely because they cannot without hearing aid. So we need now the Department of Health to speed up the issue of the hearing aid and the wheelchair, because the very same people who need those things, they must go outside so that they can enjoy service delivery and the economic right. In conclusion, Chairperson, we want to repeat again. We are coming here annually and we are still going to come. Help us to ensure that there is an effective monitoring and evaluation tools to show that indeed there is the responsibility and the accountability. We want to come here to hear accounting officers saying at least in Gersibande or Ehlanzeni or Enkangala, we managed to do 1, 2, 3. We have the legacy now at our disposal. The issue of education. They can't get a simple, our government have got power, have got access. But today, Department of Education is struggling to get a land for people with disability to have the school. Remember, attending the school is not a privilege, but it's a human right issue. How people with disability are going to contribute in the government or outside the government if they are not having the school. Eastern Cape is not a rich province like Mpumalanga, but they've got number of the school for people with disability, but in Mpumalanga cannot just because of maybe the land. Sometimes the land was in Sabi, the land was in Babaton, now the land was said to be in Emalashin. Next time the land will be said to be in Tembisile. Maybe this is a delaying tactic. So, Chairperson, we say thank you very much. Let me repeat again what I said in my opening statement on behalf of group number 2. But now I'm saying on behalf of the House to say, it's not that because we cannot go on the street, then advantage can be taken to say they cannot do it. If you want to see us doing, God will come to your dream, is where you will see our toy toy. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Yeah, I think there will be no much debate in terms of the two reports, because the report comes from you. It is going to be it's going to the department to respond to what you have indicated. Maybe there will be addition from members of the commission and members of Commission 1, which was not part of Commission 2. They can add if there is something that they feel like it has been omitted. I will invite hands for that. 1, 2, we are just adding 3, 4. It's only 5. Just come straight to the point. We must not discuss. Just raise whatever you feel like it has been omitted so that we conclude this meeting. Number 1. Number 2, come close. There is a chair.
Okay. Greeting to everybody in the house. Honorable members, I greet you everybody. My name is Ngosnati. Yes, Sibongo Ngadlovu. Ngihlala kaNyamazane. Yes. Members of the premiers, disabled people, and all people with disabilities, I greet you. I'm from Kanyamazane, as I said. Just the issue of employment is very important. The reason why I say so, I know a lot of people with disabilities, they said we are not employed, we are not employed as servant. But when my business la kanyile la Mpumalanga, yabona agriculture bangangena participate ma opportunities akhona. Kufuna motivate ukuthi persons with disability nabo bathatha iqhaza lapho. Ma department maningi la Mpumalanga. Please, sacela ni ma business my stakeholders is Pick and Pay, just to make to say few ukuthi mhlambe bazama ukuthi advocate ukuthi mhlambe employ persons with disabilities kuma companies abo. And number 2, honorable chairperson, i-government isathi ukuthi mhlambe kuyatrainwa, kufuna ukuthi kutrainwe futhi ukuthi how to appoint persons with disabilities, because sometimes yabona abantu abakhubazekile abakhona ukuthi bangena ba-participate. Yes. The issue of sign language interpreters, especially maspalas. Sign language interpreters. Please, it's very easy. Long mhlambe uzokhona ukuthi mhlambe kuba easy ukuthi mhlambe abantu abakhubazekile bathole amathuba emsebenzi. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. 2.
Sakubona Mr. Speaker, mina nguJane Wakamanana ngibuya under eMakhazini municipality. Ngithanda uku-add lapha ekakhulu kuma post aphumako ngoba i-post mayiphuma for umsebenzi izothi 18 to 35 and mangathi uyabheka lapha phakathi cishe sicala kubuya labo 35 ukuya phezulu. Abesa satholi sinawo ama skills sasakhona ukuthi vele singene thina ngaphakathi ngoba always sikhiphelwa ngaphandle. And okunye ukuthi inkinga leyo ukuthi asibe ne special sokuthi makubhaliswa aba RDP nisenza iplan manje ukuthi mhlambe thina nisibekele vele ukuthi sibe special ukuthi basenzele sisodwa singahlangana lapha able ukuzenzela ngoba kuleyo mzuzu kuleyo grant engiyitholako incane sukela 2001 ngihlala emcashweni till manje 2021 le mali engibhadala ngayo umcasho ngabe at least ngenzile ngayo something nyaya ka esibhedlela ngifuna replacement crutches bangitshela ukuthi awekho kumele ngilinde baza ngifonela ngisolo ngilindile ngayitholi ngicela at last ngithathe leyo yona leyo mali disability grant ngishona chemist ngiyothenga crutches ukuze ngikhona ukufinyelela la ngifuna khona ngoba ngasuye loyo muntu ongifuna ukuzivalela endlini ukuze ngibonakale ukuthi nami ngimuntu ngiyaphila ngiyabonga.
Sanibonani. Khulumayo uSibusiso wakasikhosana from eThembisile. Ama department akhulumile. Ngicela ukuthi namanye ama department angaqala ukuthi asebenze njenge Department of Art and Culture. Icasha abantu ngiyacabanga I Department of Art and Culture yiyo I department engathi izamile ukuthi sicasheke kiyo. Ngicela ukuthi uma sinema event thina abantu be disability ngicela ukuthi indaba masiza endabeni ye catering ngicela ukuthi ama company kube yayithi disability laba abathola indaba zama catering even I transport na kube I company disability if kunama event njengalawo and nasendaweni yama RDP sicela ukuthi nizame uqasha futhi thina ama company vokwakha ama RDP sithola ama tender kulendlela ngiyabonga.
Next.
Ngibingelele uSpeaker, ngibingelele nabaphathi bethu, ngibingelele nendlu yonke. Mina uKhethwe Mtshali ngibuya eMalahleni. Ngizokhuluma ngendaba yama business. Sinama business baphathi bethu. Ama business wethu njalo makuphela unyaka njengoba kuzoba uJanuary manje. Fanele siyovuselela amaphepha siwagqokisa. Uphela unyaka ungasebenzi. Nina nihleli nithina nisibona ngalelo langa mangabe kuphelile nisifake eshelfini angazi ukuthi liphi le shelf enisifaka kulo and we are not happy ngoba thina shukuthi kahle nasibekela le office le transversal kodwa ioffice le transversal lisebenza bogogo lisebenzela abantwana. What about thina kuthiwani ngathi bo transversal manager nabahleli lapha abana disability bo transversal ama coordinator wakhona awana disability now ufika lapha ama coordinator anama CK whatever umsebenzi ophumayo lapha na ku supply chain bathatha ama CK wabo bahambe bayofaka lapha bona bathole imali thina sibe sihleli into abazoyenza bazosibiza njengoba nisibize namhlanje sila basibize bathasize la ukuthi buyani na umsebenzi ke namhlanje hambani nani niyofaka lapha angeke kuze kwenzeke lokho ikuphi la kufanele sikhalele khona kahle ngoba kusuka kini phezulu nonke niyasifeyila nonke akekho nje okasicabangele uhamba uye ngapha kuthiwa uye endaweni wrong uye ngapha kuthiwa uye endaweni wrong iyiphi indlela indlela right la kufanele ukuthi siye khona noma seningasinika ke umsebenzi wokuthanyela akusenandaba ukuthanyela siyakwazi sinemizi nathi sinabantwana noma ngingakunikeza mphathi wami ikhadi lesasa ngithi khulisa abantwana bakho angeke ubakhulise ngalo ufune ukuthi kube nenye indlela le sinabantwana sinemizi siyafana nani kodwa thina nibona ngathi silungelwe imali yegrant engafiki na ku 2000 iyona imali esilungele thina ukuthi siphile nabantwana bethu kodwa nisitshela ngama percent sinazo lezo zinto lezo kodwa siwuthola umsebenzi siyoze sigcine senze njani na 30% uyaphela unyaka awusebenzanga fanele siphinde sifuthi siyolungisa amaphepha and uyokhipha imali na uyolungisa amaphepha isikhe ayiduri kodwa ukuyigqokisa ikhampani yiko kudurayo abantwana bethu ngoba January February ngeke badle ngoba funa sithathele imali sambe solungisa amaphepha
ayidle mara ayedi
awu bakithi sesiyacela shem yabona manje sayicelela noma ukoroba noma wani ukuhlina siyakwazi noma nisitutse ke kayi1 ngoba ngalendlela nisithatha ngayo net kayi1 ke siyacela.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if I was counting right. Ngibona ngathi kuna new people that are emerging, but it's fine. This will be the last hands to be entertained.
Greetings everybody in the house. My name is Figile. I came here, I'm not really deaf, I'm hard of hearing. I have a child also with hard of hearing. But the challenge is that they cannot, for them to cannot access schooling because there are no schools in the province for deaf people, and there are also even in those the special schools that are there, they don't learn enough about in sign language because most of them, they encourage that children must have hearing aids so that they can teach them how to speak. So we are asking that please help us to assist to have enough schools for the deaf, because for us to buy hearing aids, they're expensive, and also to maintain them, it's not really easy. It's expensive. And the third point is about education as well. Those schools, if they say you want to mainstream us to go to mainstream schools, like for example private schools, I'm getting SASSA grant money. It's difficult for me to pay private schools because the public schools are not accessible for the deaf. So it means I must pay for also, I must take my child to special school, and then that I must also pay as well because they're not free special schools as well. Thanks a lot.
Ngithanda ukulochisa indlu ngilochisa uSpeaker okhona ngaphakathi ubaba uMillion ngilochise uMinister uDeputy Minister esinaye uvisual ngilochise wonke ama MEC ngilochise no Premier ongekho igama lami nginguzenzele kwaKwajiyane ngibuya Dr. J.S. Moroka ngingu-secretary we-disability forum lapho ngibuya ngiseve district ngihlezi lapha phasi ngilalela inkhulumi ziyakhuluma kwaphela enkhulumeni ezikhulumako ngithanda ukutsho ukuthi asingafuthuma likhulu bakwethu umehluko ukhona wona siyawubona no ngiba ukuthi ningizwe iproblem ukuthi ukubona umehluko kwethu kuba buhlungu ngoba sikho newenziwayo or nethathwa inqondo or ama decision mara nesisikhuluma ngendlela engqononyana akufani nekthomini ngikushiso yini lokho ngishiso ukuthi ukusukela iminyaka eyadlulayo akhe ngibale lapha ukusuka ku2019 sikhona la ngapha ngelokhanzini ngelegislature lezi inlilo esazithulako ezinye zazo siyazibona ziyenzeka manje ngibuye ngibawa ukuthi namkha emphasize endabeni yokuberegisana phakathi kweofisi ye-LED iofisi ye-transversal kanye mhlambe no-executive mayor wabomasipala kungaba kuhle ukuthi lama department athina thatha inqumo nathi kube as involve njengabantu abakhethwa ma communities walapho njengabantu abakhethwa ngumasipala walapho ukuthi abajamele babethu ngithanda ukuthi ukuba disable awuzikhetheli manje ngiyabawa bonyana ama officials wethu akhona embusweni ophetheko akhe kasithathele ehloko ngendaba yokuthi ikusasa alaziwa kunoqhwala or uba disable kokuthi ubelethwe nakho kunokuba disable kokuthi ukuthola endleleni okuthi ukuthi wena oable kusasa ungavuke ungalindlela esingayo thina namhlanje manje kungaba kuhle ukuthi lepeni esizwayo nawe uthi usese able kube uhoje uzilungisela yona ngoba ikusasa alaziyo endabeni 2% yemsebenzi okanye kuma project sithanda ukuthi lapho khona nakancane asiberegeleki somlomo asiberegeleki ngendlela ukuthi siyaninwa angazi mhlambe kengezwa uMC okhulumileko noma bekayikhulumela indaba yemotivation endabeni yoqashwa mhlambe kwelokhanzi kweemployment but then kungaba kuhle ukuthi ibe khona nayo imotivation ebuya mhlambe ku department or ebuya ku district or municipality ebhalelwa lo muntu osuka khubazekile ukuthi akwazi ukuthi ayideliver or ayise la fanele lapha kune project eranako ukuthi mhlambe bakhona ukuthi bamconsiderishe lo muntu ngoba nesiziyelako kuba nzima kakhulu ukuthi silaleleke endabeni yama leadership ngiba ukusho ukuthi ama leadership la akasiberegeli iye khona siyawabona siphuraphuro ngemali lezo or baphuraphuro ngemali lezo abafowethu abasise ngaphasi kweminyaka le ama leadership asabathatha ngayo engange 35 marake besibawa man ukuthi njengoba sazi ukuthi abantu aba disable babe disadvantage kangangani besaba ukuthi lapha endabeni nomnyaka kalokhanzi ka35 kuthi mhlambe nekungenzeka keni sibawele mhlambe nakubo minister naku president ukuthi ke ikhuphuke leminyaka mhlambe iye ku40 or 45 because laba bantu azange bathola amathuba isikhathi eside ngifuna ukuthi ngivale ngokutsho ukuthi njengoba sibona more especially kengisho ukuthi umbuso okhona osiphetheko enyakeni lophezulu ukuthi kube buhlungu kangangani ukuthi kuluzwe amandla kengisho ukuthi abomasipala mhlambe nama metros isikhulumo esikhulumile kusithile sathi kenikhumbuleni ukuthi laba abantu abadisable ngibo abantu abavotela ANC or umbuso okhona phezulu khulu kula wonke umuntu ngani ngokuncenga nithi umholo lo wegrant mara ke bakwethu nesibuyele endabeni ukuthi abantu ababeregeleke siyabawa bonyana keni baqabangela abantu abakhubazekileyo asithani baqabangile mara siba ukuthi ngaphakathi kwenqumo ezithathwako kubomasipala or kuma department ahlukahlukileko siba ukuthi laba abakhethwako ukuthi kube ngibo abazakudosa phambili aboba indlebe namkha umlomo walabo abangakhona ukuthi bafinyelele lapho siba ukuthi nibaberegise nithathe nabo lenqumo ukuthi babone or bazi ukuthi into eyenzeka lapha yinto esizweni sisoke ngithanda ukuthokoza mgcinisihlalo ngiyaxolisa ma colleagues mhlambe nekunala ngingakanikhulumeli kuhle khona asingababethi khulu nokho angibajameli mara asingababethi khulu lakho ngiyasithokozela ngiyathokoza
A round of applause. Yeah, ngiyathemba ukuthi sivanile ukuthi this was the last dance to be considered for edition kulama commission lawa abekhona. Let me take this opportunity and indicate that indeed this meeting was not a talk show. All the MECs, they have emphasized that this is not a talk show. One of the important issues that made people of this country to rise and want this country to be a democratic country wanted to create equal opportunities for all of us. So this is a platform that it is created for people with disability to make sure that their voices are heard by the government of the day, which is what we are doing. So we are going to make sure that all this report will be consolidated and before our next parliament, we'll make sure that everything that was raised today, it has been attended to. Wherever we will not have done enough, we'll have a reason that we are going to say to indicate to you that because of 1, 2, 3, 4, we have not yet arrived to our proper destination. But definitely rest assured, we are a government that is caring about its own people. We are going to make sure that all these inputs that you have made, all the resolution that we agreed upon is going to be attended to. I am going to call Honorable Mahlangu to render our last item for the day, which is vote of thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson Mhlonishwa Makaringa. My greetings to you and our beautiful guest or our beautiful audience present today. Chairperson, allow me to extend my humble gratitude to you all. My role, Chairperson, today is to do a vote of thanks to all role players about this event becomes a success. My gratitude goes to you for driving this program today. Ngendlela esenza ukuthi sifile welcomed kulendlu. Feel important in making sure to whatever decisions or discussions esibanazo ziyalaleleka. To umhlonishwa Thabethe, my apology isibongo. To umhlonishwa Thabethe, siyabonga umhlonishwa for ukus welcome ngendlela os welcoming ngayo. Most significantly, I wish to thank Deputy Minister for a well-delivered keynote address, and thank you, Deputy Minister, for acknowledging a good work done by Mpumalanga Province. Nguzwile speech sakho noma ku address yakho mention a lot of activities ezenziwe in Mpumalanga in making sure ukuthi our people esingabo today baya contribute, even though singakenzi enough for them, but really siyabonga ukuthi uyakhona ukubona ukuthi we are trying our best as Mpumalanga. To our organizers, especially legislature, ngiti, no amount of acknowledgement and appreciation will be adequate. Express our deepest regard for all your efforts to ensure that all relevant offices and departments improve quality of service to our beloved people esingabo today. I wish to thank our interpreters for umsebenzi wenu omuhle, siyabonga kakhulu. Sikhona kuzwa sonke esikhona la endlini today ukuthi kukhulunywa ngani. My gratitude goes to ama rapporteurs from Goma commissions. Sizwile kakhulu si government, and I'm happy kuna chairpersons bama portfolio committees and MECs balalele labakhona. I'm definitely sure ukuthi will respond to your needs. I also wish to thank our media houses present here, to our most important, beautiful guest, Ogungini Namuhla. Sifunde okuningi kakhulu kini, and siyathemba ukuthi in future government will make sure ukuthi zonke lezikhalo enizirayisayo kithi singo chairperson and nabo MECs abakhona balalele, and no minister, Deputy Minister ukhona uyezwa bazondlulisa to national, to ama departments khona sonke ku legislature sikhona, sizo make sure ukuthi we respond. Kokugcina ngithanda ukubonga abahlonishwa abaqinisekisile ukuthi le program noma le event iba successful, including staff sase legislature. Si make sure ukuthi le event yet today iba a success. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mhlonipha Mahlangu. Ngifuna ukuchecka if you have got announcement from the office.
Food will be served at the piazza. A meal is prepared at the piazza for everyone.
Yeah, I'm getting information that all of us, when we get out of this August House, it will be served at site. So let me take this opportunity also again to thank you, all of you, for supporting me in running this meeting. And I believe, as I have requested, you were advising me where you wanted me to cause an accident. And until where we have arrived now, we are coming to the close of the meeting. And thank you very much. Drive safe going back home. When we meet next time, I think we'll have a lot of things achieved out of these discussions that we have with you. The meeting stand adjourned.